Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Hello, friends. Welcome to a jumbo-sized NACL recap covering both Week 5 and our last chance qualifiers. Let's dive right on in. Let's breeze through our Week 5 fixtures so we can get to the good stuff. NRG secured a 2-0 over Contingent to become the only undefeated team from our regular season, while Cupid over in Group B secured the top spot at 4-1 after a sweep of Ole Miss. Now, let's dive into our last chance qualifiers. Winner moves on to playoffs. Loser has to play in the NACL Promotion Relegation Tournament in 2027. First up, our defending champs Conviction face off against former Promotion Relegation winners Blue Otter. After a dominant Game 1 from CNV, Blue Otter's summer shined through once more, thanks in large part to Munchie's first NACL win on his pocket pick Master E. But in the do-or-die Game 3, Conviction were just better. A 10K goal lead and a Chemtech Soul at 27 minutes sealed the Otters' fate and sent CNV back to the playoffs. Next, CCG versus a newly promoted Contingent, where our rookie top laner Johnny Rockets stole the show in Game 1 on his Zahed. Game 2, though, was a comeback story Hollywood writers dream of. CCG, with no gold lead, staring down a Hextech Soul, found one miracle fight to tie our series up. It all came down to Game 3, where Contingent's substitute mid laner Shochi came up clutch and gritted his way to a Contingent playoff berth. Now with the dust settled, here is your NACL Summer Playoff bracket. Let us know which matchup you are most excited for. That concludes our NACL Week 5 and Last Chance Qualifiers recap. Thank you once again to our sponsors, Philips Norelco. Make sure to follow us on Twitter at WatchNACL, and you can catch all of the postseason action at twitch.tv/NACL. I'll see you all there.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Hello and welcome to NACL Summer Playoffs, baby! We're finally here, beat down. One last step on the road to LCS. And at the end of the day, the very best top two teams are going to emerge on top, not only as crowned champions of the NACL, but also will have the chance to challenge the skies amongst the best of both NACL as well as LRN for a chance to make it into LCS 2027.
That's right. This is why we are hyping up Summer Split. This is what everyone is playing for. It's that opportunity to win your spot into the LCS. You don't have enough money to buy a franchise slot? No problem. Just be better.
I always love just saying, just be better, because at the end of the day, it is true. It's the best way you can try and achieve anything in life. You know, if you're not first, you just be better than the rest of them. But before we get further into today's matches, we already have our very first coach interview ahead of our first match between Cupid and Conviction, and we are going to be featuring Cupid coach Crankshank. So be done. Why don't you go ahead and welcome her on in?
Thank you very much, Mark, and we'll see you soon. Hello, Crankshank. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. Appreciate your time. You're a coach of Conviction, was it? Right?
Cupid.
Or is it Cupid? I apologize. I thought we were talking to Conviction. But anyways, so I think getting right into it. You guys made it to playoffs. You finished second. It's been a great split. I got to imagine to a degree, you expected this with the kind of players that you had. But I want to know from you guys, like, how are you guys feeling right now? What's the attitude like going into playoffs with a good regular season finish?
We're feeling good about second. I know we're super disappointed that we lost to NRG. I know. Me personally, I feel like I could have done better drafts as well. But I think for regular season, I can't say, like, for us, our goal is a promotion tournament in the LCS slot. So I think as long as we feel like at the end of the day and end of the game, like, we played good, that's like the most important for us. Like, especially in playoffs now, the wins are important. But regular season for us is more so just making sure that we're playing good league and improving on what we struggle with.
Yeah, just really honing in on your style and really ironing out any issues until we get to playoffs, where we are starting to fight for that LCS spot. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm curious, too, and I'm glad you bring up that, or I think your only loss to NRG. So that must have been tough. You said it yourself, pretty disappointed. But I want you to talk about any takeaways you have from that series. Did you guys learn anything you're willing to share? And, you know, give some Cupid fans some confidence that if you guys meet again, you're the one who's going to get the better of them.
I think we got really good takeaways. I think the NRG series really exposed our biggest flaw, I think, for sure. And like something that we were struggling in scrims with, despite us winning a lot of scrims, like we still had the same issue. And versus NRG got like really exploited. So I think that loss really made us know that, like, okay, like this is something that like we really need to deal with. And I personally feel like in scrims we have really turned around and are like still kind of struggling with it, but are significantly better at it, not doing it.
Okay, yeah. That was going to be my follow-up. You don't have to get into specifics, but do you feel you've overcome that specific hurdle that you believe led to your loss?
I think we are definitely improving at it.
Okay.
I still think just due to how we want to play the game as a team and how they see it, we're like still gonna happen. It's still gonna happen sometimes, but I think it's mostly about like minimizing it and making sure like if we want to do it, like we're doing it properly.
Yeah, hey, that makes sense. So I gotta ask you too now about today's matchup. You're playing Conviction. It's kind of awkward thinking of this team right now. They won Spring, but they also barely made it into playoffs. So I'm very curious what you guys are kind of expecting for this roster. I know there's this level of don't underestimate your opponent, but also they haven't been having a good split. So do you believe in the summer playoffs Conviction roster, or are you not so concerned?
Yeah, like I think they have good players, and I think they have the ability to rise to the occasion for sure. And I think they're definitely a team that, like, if we underestimate them, they will 100% have the ability to punish us and like make us look bad. So we're definitely not going into this being like, okay, guys, like it's a free win. Let's have some fun and But we're definitely confident that we will win, and we're definitely confident in making the promotion tournament.
Nice. And like you said earlier, it just comes down to making sure you guys are playing the best you can, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Crankshank, before I let you go, I gotta ask, do you have any shout-outs? Is there anything you want to say before we let you join your team?
Shout out Bach and Itlog for letting me join such a strong and insane team as a rookie. I'm super lucky to be a part of this team. Shout out Aloxio, Beans, and Arland. All three of them have helped me such an insane amount to improve my coaching abilities and drafting and all of that, as well as networking. And then shout out the Cupid players. All 5 of them deserve LCS. We'll be looking forward to proving that in the promotion tournament. And shout out my family and friends that are watching.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Crankshank. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
I wish you luck today in your series. We'll see you around.
Thank you. See ya.
And we're going to bring back Mark. Hello. What's up?
Shout out to the Hyrule shield in the back of Crankshank's
I didn't even notice that. What?
Yeah. Goated.
Missed opportunity.
Goated pull there. Let's go ahead and continue further on with the rest of our show as we have our playoffs bracket ready for sharing purposes, as our first 2 matches, Cupid Esports and Conviction. Afterwards, it will be Dorado Gaming taking on Maryville University. Tomorrow will be Energy Contingent and Ole Miss Winthrop University, respectively. Going through the upper round of playoffs, or the first round of upper playoffs, I should say. All best of 3s up until we get to our upper finals, which will be best of 5. And then every series in the lower bracket will be all best of 5s as well, beat down.
That's right, and that really shows the gauntlet you're going to have to run through if you lose here in that first round. So I think all 8 of these teams feeling a little bit of that pressure there, Mark. And of course, we've seen teams make the run before, so it's not like it's impossible. But again, you really have your work cut out for you in that regard. But the most important thing for me is that after next week, it's only best of 5s going forward.
Yeah, and much like our casting team as well, we have an idea of who we feel like are going to come out on top for today's matches. Now, I won't lie, Beatdown, this very first series was going to be a tough one because every time it comes around to the Conviction storyline, or at least this case, any team that has the core of Insanity and Tomio on it, regular season doesn't necessarily reflect what their playoffs results are going to look like. That being said, I think people might be surprised to see that a majority of us are still Cupid favored. Desrux, however, is going to put his faith into Conviction a little bit early. I have a suspicion that the playoffs form from Conviction is going to show up by the time they are knocked into the lower bracket. When backs are against the wall, that's when things are going to get really going for this team.
I think so. Even when you consider the fact that, they barely made it out of the last chance qualifier, that itself was a very close series too, where it really could have gone either way, as we were talking about before the show started. So I think that's when this team ends up really shining, because I'm pretty sure when they won last split, it was also through quite a bit of lower bracket action, or maybe I'm thinking of a previous split.
Might have been one of the Luminosity splits where they made the lower bracket run.
I think
spring,
you're right.
I think they showed their best form and almost swept every single upper bracket series. We'll double check that later. But for now, let's go ahead and take a look back on the Summer Split regular season by looking at our most banned champions during the pick and ban phase. Now, this draft priority might change up a bit going into this week, as we are now officially on patch 26.16, and one of the big changes affects little old Camille at the top of the table there, where Beatdown, you mentioned it earlier in the green room before we got onto the show today, she's catching 3 stray flights in addition to a direct flight in terms of bans or draft changes and patch notes.
Yes, this is really interesting to look at because, of course, Camille's support has been that terror all across the world of League of Legends. But as you said, and as we were talking about before going live, she's gotten a lot of hits. She's gotten she's gotten some nerfs to her kit personally that make her less effective without levels, and in some ways better in the top lane, where of course you get more of those. Sundered Sky nerf, Hail of Blades nerf, the support quest changes all impact not just the overall very roam-intensive style in the early game for supports, but also what Camille was best at in that role specifically. So I'm really curious what draft priority is going to be looking at throughout these playoffs. I imagine the first couple of matches, with any patch change, we're going to stick to what we know, and then we're very going to slowly move away and be like, oh, wait a minute, this pick's trash.
Or it just might not be nearly as effective as it used to be, as with the roaming supports, it always took a toll on the state of bot lane, depending on what you were trying to run. But our first matchup, Conviction versus CPD Sports, we're going to go straight into our face-to-face matchup presented by Philips and Relco OneBlade after we get a chance to look at the rosters here. Conviction still looking at Sniper Tomio, Insanity, Cody Sun, and Zyko, whereas on the other side of the rift, Cupid Esports, you got Hoarder, Music, ABO, and Mobility and Breezy. I won't lie, Beatdown. Both of these teams ahead of our regular season All-Pro votes. This team, for Cupid, is already in talks and contention for a lot of those top 3 spots, and you look at the Conviction roster, and on paper, this individual matchups are so interesting because normally their ceiling, the peaks that we have seen, should dominate a lot of those top 3 spots, but the regular season performance up until the very, very end did not reflect that consistently.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're looking back even at Conviction's run in spring where they won the split, their regular season, again, where this meme was really birthed, wasn't, too impressive, not a whole lot to write home about, to the point where they got few, if any, All-Pro votes as well back then. I can't imagine much is going to change in this regard here in summer, since it is a regular season award. But it is interesting because, personally, everyone on Cupid has a shout at my All-Pro vote. Little spoilers ahead because it's well deserved. We talked about it with Crankshank. Second place finish, only lost to NRG. Valuable learning opportunity for them, and this is a team where we got to acknowledge they have a good shot at taking it all.
And looking at all of these matchups here, I think there's so many storylines that you could go over, but the one that was the most pressing, especially in light of their clinching of playoffs through the last chance qualifier, Insanity had a massive MVP series performance, and so against ABO on the other side of the rift, that is going to be our Philips Naroka OneBlade face-to-face matchup, where ABO was looking like one of the best performing mid laners in the league. And Insanity, we know, regardless of what happens in regular season, he's just proven time and time again, he becomes the best mid laner by the end of playoffs.
And it's so crazy, too, when you look at these like regular season stats again. You know, laning hasn't been so good for Insanity, and just performances overall from Conviction Esports have struggled. But it's as you say, it really feels like by the end of the split, no matter what, we're always talking about Insanity to some degree. The dude is a story, no matter what league he's in. Even when he joined back in Tier 3 after losing his spot on Immortals at the end of 2021, he jumps right into Tier 3, 100 Thieves Next, in 2022, and worked his way back up to Tier 2. Had a bit of time in Tier 1, and once again, he's just trying to make it back there. This dude is a grinder, and somehow he always performs.
I still remember one of the coolest stories we had on his return to the LCS was because TSM wanted to bring in a mid laner import named Ruby, and Ruby couldn't get in because of visa issues. So they were scrambling. They were like, who do we bring in? Who can we even find at this point in time? And, well, at the time, Dignitas Challengers had a mid laner that they just swapped with 100 Thieves Next in Insanity and Dark Wings. And then they told themselves, you know what? Insanity is pretty solid. We'll bring him in. But just until Ruby gets back. But Insanity played so damn well that by the time Ruby came back and played one game and it was a terrible performance, they were like, let's just stick with Insanity. Let's just stick with Insanity. And Insanity proved to give us some of the best games with TSM towards the end of their run in LCS, and I still remember some of the games that he and Boogie as a jungle mid duo were able to pull off. The Rel and Lucian game is a highlight of mine, being able to gank. I want to say they were playing against Bjergsen at the time in our... No, it couldn't have been Summer. I think they were playing against Quid then on 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They ganked mid lane, over the wall, diving level 4. Insanity, a very, very... a big aficionado of marksman in the mid lane. Shout out to not only his Lucian, but his Graves mid and his Jhin mid as well. Which, beat down, because of all the patch changes we've kind of made a note of, with support being the biggest one. The other big one is the marksman changes.
Yeah, it's actually pretty insane how they're all getting a lot of base MR. And I think the most interesting part of that one for me is Tristana, who has typically less MR than other marksmen, also got enough MR to match all of them. Every marksman is ending at 33 MR base, or 33 MR base, and they're having their MR per level knocked down a little bit. So, yeah, while it is a way to allow marksmen to, exist more in the bot lane, even if mages continue to prevail, it makes you wonder about marksmen in the mid lane as well. Like Tristana mid, Lucian mid.
When we interviewed Insanity last week, he was very, very reclusive about what kind of picks he had in store, which I don't take offense to.
Yeah, of course.
He's got to save it for playoffs, but if I know Insanity, this guy will have something cooking in the kitchen and ready to serve on a 3 Michelin star dish. Now, we're blazing through pick and ban phase here. Conviction in response to the first pick Orianna by Cupid. Immediately go for the Lucian Melio, one of the strongest bot lane laning duos that we have. But Zyrakan as an answer from Mobility and Breezy is not a bad way to respond and diffuse a lot of engage comps that Conviction might try and pivot to.
Right, and Mark, since we're talking about marksmen in the mid lane, I'm just going to go ahead and throw a bold prediction. It's Lucian mid. And moving on, it is Lee Sin for Tomi. Yeah, I'm just throwing it down there. I can see the vision. We're going to do a little juke. Cody-san's going to play Aphelios. It's going to be great. You'll see.
Okay, at first I was like, you want to deny Lucian Melio?
No. People forget how sick Aphelios Melio is too. Obviously, you're less lane dominant, but
absolutely
Helios
right.
range, late game, disgusting.
Yeah, no. That's totally
just a
valid.
thought.
Well, it would put the onus on Sniper to be the sole magic damage dealer, which a little concerning.
That's true.
I think Sniper is famous for a lot of champions that can pub stomp and carry. AP champions is not really one of them. Yeah, not Rumble, not Aurora usually. So we'll have to see how this pans out, as we already have a couple of not mid lane bans, jungle bans coming out from Conviction, Neferi, and Jarvan, whereas Cupid are trying to go against what Beatdown is predicting to be a Lucian mid, and assuming that Cody Sun is just picking it for himself, and that Insanity has yet to pick his champion of choice into the Orianna. So Syndra and Victor off the table.
Yeah, and I mean, fair enough. I think Lucian Milio is such a strong combination, and there's a reason I prefaced it with like bold prediction here. First game of playoffs, I would be surprised if we saw. Actually, although I think Insanity has done this exact thing in years past. It's not important. For now, we'll assume. You have Lee Sin, who I think is really good there for Tomio. We've seen Tomio on some pretty crazy stuff lately, but it's nice to see him on something, tried and true, something that can get on top of some of the less than mobile champions like the Orianna, set up some pretty good ganks. Even bot lane too, if mobility ends up losing that Featherstorm, or we hit him pre-6.
Interesting from Conviction, they slam the Galio in response to the Orianna. Sometimes we usually see with Lee Sin combos like either Rise, hell, even Annie, but Galio, I think this is Conviction saying that we want to give a little bit more carry resources to Sniper and not burden him with tank or frontline duty. So Insanity taking up the mantle.
Yeah, and I think because part of the reason, I think there's just so much value too with with that Galio ultimate, and I agree with you. You're just setting up Sniper to be even more of a threat in that side lane, because Olaf alone, I think in this situation, as long as Sniper's lane goes okay, he's going to be very difficult to even 1v2. The fact is, if CPD overload and he gets some help from Insanity, does limit some of their options in that mid to late game.
Insanity was the MVP for Conviction in their last chance qualifier series, and he's going to start this series off by being on supportive duty with this Galio. He has both very volatile side lanes that he can move to and try and threaten with that hero's entrance alongside Tomio moving alongside him. This really does speak to a lot of Conviction's strengths, however, as Sniper, very, very strong carry-oriented top laner, and when he's at his best, he should be seen as one of our best top laners in the league. But for Cupid, they have a lot of stock standard here. You have a decent makings of a front line, some solid engage tools with this Rakan and Zhao. Orianna can use her Shockwave on top of either of those two engagers as well. Gnar, Omega Wombo combo in the making, and Mobility has some ways to be able to at least heal for himself. The question is, can Cupid weather any of that early aggression from Conviction and just scale into the team fighting stage?
Yeah, and in another way, conversely, you have the Xin in your own pocket in the jungle too, and I think a lot of opportunities for some early gameplay in favor of Cupid too. So I'm really looking at both of these junglers to see what kind of advantages they can get in those later stages of the game. Because it's interesting too when we think about kind of scaling. I don't know if I have a clear favorite, because I think both comps have a lot of value to work with as time goes on. My gut reaction is usually to favor combinations like Lucian Milio, because you're able to hit them from pretty far range. But I think with Cupid, they have ways to close that range, which is really important. So it's who can hit those carries.
Yeah, well, that's a fair shout. Zyko will have to be working overtime on this Milio here. Breath of Life can be used to try and stop the charm from the Rakan engage, can try and cleanse them from the Gnar stun or the Xayah multi-root, but knockups, on the other hand, and displacement, that can't be stopped. So We'll see if Cupid can find the winning combination. Right now, it's all about the laning phase as Cody Sun and Zyko both dink level 2 and already put the pressure down on Mobility and Breezy pushing this lane in. We have Tomio and Music starting on their red side jungles respectively. Tomio going for the classic red full clear into base for Longsword. Will be that extra bit stronger on the top side with that crab fight. But Music, because he's pathing to the bottom side of the map, just wants to kind of handshake the full clear and not tango with this Lee Sin early on.
Yeah, but I like this really early ward. Oh, good shielding from Zyko, actually. Okay. Wasn't able to stop it. I think that was a pretty important timer, just because, as you pointed out, Tomio was pathing away. And, of course, Music is already here on this bottom side of the map. Wouldn't be surprised if he skipped his blue, just did his Gromp and came straight down just to see if he could find anything. Really just depends. Breezy, Mobility, you know, they're really wasting Cody Sun's and Zyko's time. I think they're just going to respect it and back off, and there's no gank to be had.
Zyko has to give up his own base timer just to make sure that
No, I think they have to
if
stay,
Cody
both
Sun
of
wanted
them.
to complete it, but because it's
Yeah.
not a cannon minion wave yet, they just don't have enough time to be able to find that base. It's normally would have been a cheetah recall situation, but they have been stopped successfully by Breezy, and that is gonna at least allow Mobility and Breezy out from a scenario where Cody Sun would have been able to come back to lane with a guaranteed stat advantage for quite a while there.
Yeah, now it's the cannon wave. As you pointed out, Cody Sun is going to finish that recall. There's really nothing else for either jungler to do in this instance. But yeah, again, a really good catch out with that early ward. I assume Breezy's the one who put it down. I think that information, as you said, it really prevented Cody Sun and Zyko getting ahead in this matchup from the jump here. Now instead, it's gotten a lead for Mobility, who's up a little bit.
That's to the overall Cupid win con. Just weather the storm and get to the mid and late game stage so that you can just play these front-to-back team fights pretty... I don't want to say easily, but the
Consistently?
level of execution required
Yeah.
a lot lower rather than what Conviction have to do with the champions they locked in.
Yeah, I think you're right. Otherwise, now 40 seconds till the next dragon comes through. If we're just looking at his stats, I'm kind of leaning the way of Cupid just because they're bot lane. Didn't opt for the call, just went for that extra longsword. So I think that bit of damage is going to make the difference there. Plus, Tomio's camps are kind of spawning in the opposite direction. So I'm curious if Cupid are going to try and look for an opportunity to set this one up, especially with ABO crashing a wave mid. Could be an opportunity for them to move together into that bot side jungle. See if they can get a setup.
Tomio is hovering on mid lane, just around the corner of this topside river brush. Trying to see if Insanity can find an angle where he can get on top of ABO. Both mid laners hit level 6, Justice Punch forward. However, not going to be able to get in range where Tomio feels confident about going in on the play. Tomio is going to ping that, hey, I have one more camp to hit before I am at 20 stacks for the 1k smite. And Crab is spawning on the bot side of the map, so Cody Sun and Zyko now trying to fight for bot prio in anticipation of that Crab. However, because Tomio's so far away,
Yeah.
Music is already here on the bot side, I think he's going to get that level 6 Crab regardless.
Yeah, it should be pretty easy, and it should give Music that opportunity to just go ahead and get started on this Drake too. Because Insanity went for that all-in mid, sacrificed a lot of his health and mana for really no gain. It's going to give that opportunity here for CPD to get that leg up on Conviction, but instead, ABO, because he wanted to take that back, they're just going to settle for the Crab, getting Music to level 6, and they're just going to walk away, maybe take that next opportunity later. I don't think either team, desperately needs to be stacking towards a Dragon Soul, so I wouldn't put Cupid on a timer, as I think we've pointed out pretty well. So I don't think it's such a big deal that we're not prioritizing these dragons right away.
I don't know if I agree, but none of these junglers have an easy time of soloing dragons, which is probably what makes it a lot harder for either team to commit to. if any of these teams had a Vi, then yeah, you just send the Vi over, you get vision control, and you can solo that without having any assistance. But Xin and Lee Sin,
even level 6, you don't think so?
Yeah, well, the level 6 doesn't really help you. Vi has built-in max HP damage shred, which is just so easy for.
It's really good.
Yeah, for neutral, big tanky boy objectives. Tomio, however, I think Conviction are a little bit more pressed, as we talked about before. Cupid, if they get to the mid and late stages of the game without really any onslaught of a snowball from Conviction, then Cupid are totally fine. So Tomio needs to get some objective pressure so that they can force Cupid into worse fights earlier on. However, Music will contest. Shockwave right on top of the Xin Zhao. And Tomio tries to kick him away, but Music says, thank you for the leash, buddy. And now Insanity's on the wrong side of the tracks. Will use the hero's entrance to reposition himself. But I don't even know if the aura of the Faker T1 skin is going to help you get out of this one. That's first blood for Cupid Esports.
And a nice find. Not only do they snipe the dragon away, but they get first blood onto Mobility. So they're going to just give themselves an advantage all around here. And again, there's that pressure. Now they can be the ones stacking towards that Dragon Soul, and of course accelerating Mobility, who's already been having pretty okay time in this matchup, especially when you consider the power of that Lucian Milio. This is very good for Cupid.
Yep. Mobility, definitely very happy about getting that first blood. He's going to be now up on the matchup. And for Conviction, the game is not over just from that, but it has put a giant strain on forcing a snowball through the top side of the map, because Sniper is the only person that hasn't fallen somewhat significantly behind the matchup yet, and I think that's kind of like your last big ticket into trying to regain some leverage on the map.
Yeah, I think even when we were highlighting the Galio pick, I think this Olaf really is that difference maker in this composition, just because of the fact that, I mean, you know, Ragnarok can't really get CC'd, so you can just run straight into the backline of Cupid, and as long as you're even, not too far behind, you should be able to solo, or at least do significant enough damage to a squishy target like the Orianna, like the Xayah, even Breezy. Has to be careful as Rakan, you know, engage support, but very squishy, can get blown up very quickly. I think there's ways for Sniper to sort of break this composition, not just through team fighting, but also how strong he should be inside lane too. So we got to watch him to make sure he can actually do that.
Music is even going to hover him on this top side push. If he can shut down Sniper right here.
Yeah, that's good.
Conviction's game is so hard, and the Ragnarok allows him to cleanse the slow, but he is forced to flash nonetheless. Music's pressure has been effective so far. Tomio might try and look for something bot lane.
Yeah, the culling to chip down Mobility and Breezy. Sizable wave, but not enough for Tomio to commit, especially with all summoners being up, or at least all relevant ones, and the Featherstorm. So I think it's just just enough for Cody Sun and Zyko to get a recall off. At least Cody Sun. Rip Zyko. Oh, neither of them. Feels bad. Oh, you know something I meant to bring up earlier too? So we put this onus on Sniper because he does have some responsibility, that ability to impact this game in this draft. I think a mild concern is that the only magic damage Conviction has is Galio. So I honestly think it's a little unfortunate because we can stack a lot of armor on the side of Cupid. Don't really have to worry about Galio damage, I would say, especially with his build. So I think that is going to limit his impact a little bit, which means more pressure. Yay!
Can they live up to the pressure? Normally we talk about Conviction, or at least the core of this team, being one that is able to clutch up when their backs are against the wall, especially in playoff season. This will be the first good test to see whether that happens. Sniper did use his ghost to speed back to lane, since he is not running teleport, and won't have access to a teleport until he achieves his top lane quest. Music once again with a hover, allowing Hoarder to successfully crash this wave. Tomio was here just in case they were gonna think about looking for a dive and protecting Sniper. I think the overall point you brought up about armor stacking for this mid-game from Cupid, especially since they are ahead, definitely makes things that much more difficult. Sniper, however, popping the Ragnarok, catching Hoarder while he's in mini form. Goodness gracious, what is that damage? The Viking is here to stay.
And that is what Conviction needed so desperately against Sniper. One of the last bastions of impact here in this game one. We needed an advantage, and a solo bolo is exactly how you want to get it.
No flash, no problem. Get the ghost right off cooldown very quickly, and between that and the Ragnarok, it's enough to run Hoarder down. Looks like he was also down a flash prior to Sniper burning his own flash, so that's probably what actually caused Music to be called up to that top side and just saying, hey, Sniper might have lethal on me, I need some pressure, I need some cover.
Fortunately, doesn't work out his way. Cody Sun expending the barrier to try and get his recall off. Doesn't work. It's gotta feel pretty bad, but as far as summoner spells go, got a relatively low cooldown, and you already don't have a chance at the dragon, so it could be worse. But Cupid will still use that timing to very easily and without contest get their second dragon of the game, revealing an Ocean Soul.
Pretty nice to have for team fighting composition here. If you're able to...
Take that, Cubby. He hates Ocean Soul.
That's fair. Kick, though, into Zyko. Not really able to find the Mega Fireball kick to follow up on the play. Breezy barely escaping with his life.
That's too bad. I saw the vision. I liked what they went for. It didn't quite pan out the way they had hoped. At least you get Breezy's splash out, so it does limit the effectiveness of a potential engage in the coming minutes. You know, we often see Rakan's flash use that quickness for that instant charm. At least you remove that tool for a couple of minutes, but otherwise, not much for Conviction to really be doing on the map here. We're 45 seconds till the Herald. I think with the current lane assignments that we're looking at, unless we move Olaf to this altercation, I don't see a world where Conviction can also win out on that objective. So I wonder if that's what the back is for. Sniper.
Sure.
Sniper, we go in top lane. No? Okay, no Herald.
Well, he has teleport from his role quest,
true.
so
He did
there's a chance.
Okay. There's a chance.
And Hoarder does not have his TP up as he already used it. Cupid taking a base here.
That's a good shout.
That just might signal Cupid forfeiting control of this Rift Herald. They do have a lot of vision on this topside river too, so it's
still.
I see one.
I think they won't get it unless Hoarder is really just gonna watch Sniper to try and cancel the TP. But I think that threat. Imagine. Oh no, Cupid are still gonna go for it.
So they don't want to start the Rift Herald. They just want to look for the retake, and this feels like a shooter. Rather let them. we play for the retake, guys. You know, let them plan.
Yeah, true.
Should go into the hands of Tomio nonetheless, and Cupid are now just trying to slow down their exit as Mobility gets some chip damage onto the mid-tier 1. Cupid still have the gold lead, nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, that's the expectation. You know the threat of the TP is there. I think they just show up. Front row movie tickets, maybe to just get that wave in. Give some space over to Mobility, who's been able to keep Cody Sun pushed in through, I think, the majority of this game so far. Otherwise, right now, big red flags for Conviction, of course, are that potential Ocean Soul, and of course, Cupid has to worry about his life, that he's likely going to lose.
Shockwave does pull Tomio in, but not before he gets his Dragon's Rage off, and he seals the deal with a Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike combo.
ABO was almost goated for that. If that Supersonic Strike doesn't land, Tomio dies to tower, that's the best you could hope for. But It's a good dive nonetheless. Conviction find themselves an advantage, and they get some gold with that Rift Herald as well. It's not a turret, but they do cut that lead Cupid have built up in half. So you take what you can.
Very true. TP coming in from, I believe, to be Insanity to answer against the wave crashing in from Hoarders Nor. We're about a minute and 20 away from third dragon of the game. This is where Conviction can decide to really start snowballing the game and try and reclaim gold control and momentum away from Cupid, as their once 2.5k gold lead has severely washed away. And Conviction now sitting on really strong item spikes from a majority of their champions. This is probably the strongest their team fighting is going to be. There is obviously an argument where Olaf and Lucian can still scale into the game with more and more items on their side, but in terms of how easy it's going to be, I think this is the best part for Conviction in this point in time.
Yeah. Oh, I like this angle.
Uh-oh.
Gonna kill him, though.
Undertow doesn't quite land. He's gonna get the Stride Breaker slow off and try and just auto him down with reckless swings aplenty. But that last Undertow finally comes back off cooldown, and it's enough to take the life of Hoarder.
I really like that angle, especially with this dragon being really hard for you to take, because I actually didn't like the position Conviction had. Because they weren't able to take top tier 1, I think going for dragon, they stood to lose a lot of gold. So I really respect. It feels bad to lose 3 dragons in a row like this, but they went for the guaranteed play top lane, and they're taking the gold lead for the first time as a result. Because remember, guys, they have the 3 grubs. They're able to collect many plates off that turret, and again, we're getting gold into Sniper's pockets. The one player on Conviction who could sort of break the comp that CPD are working with. Any gold on him has twice the value here in this game.
Yeah. If you are not sure whether you can win that fight on third dragon, then you might as well just commit to getting more gold for yourself and making all the subsequent dragon fights the best that you can make them. So I'd rather have a decisive non-committal to the dragon rather than one where Conviction are like, hey guys, dragon's coming up, so we should play for it, right? Yeah, I guess we could play for it. You know,
exactly.
They kind of walk
and then they get
and they die one by one, and it's like, just wrap it up, guys.
Literally, just hang it up, boys. I like this decision much better. Oh.
Taunt, Justice Punch follow-up, however, does not quite land. It was a bit short, but I liked what Insanity was trying to find there on Debris. He barely escapes. And now Cupid trying to strongman this mid-wave push as Hoarder goes back into his jungle. Might be in trouble, but he's got a hop to be able to jump back to the safety of his crew. But they will lose his blue buff.
That's something. Nice little yoink, Sniper. You're going to get that, buddy? All right, good stuff. He's able to pick it up. Small wins there for Conviction. Not a big gold lead, but remember, 1 point not too long ago, Cupid were up 2,000 gold, so this is a not insignificant swing. And again, a lot of it being on Sniper is very important. Baron is spawned, but no one's going to be looking at that. Really, all eyes are on that next dragon in 3 minutes. And it means Conviction, it's really about what else can they do in that time. You mentioned significant power spikes. I think the most significant is Cody Sun hitting that Navori Flicker Blade. I think that is, while I agree Lucian kind of scales, especially with Milio, I think that second item, the Flicker Blade, is an important peak. So I'm looking at Cody Sun to make something happen with it.
Fortunately, I think Cupid are looking at Insanity, disrespectfully. The Flash comes in and dodges the Shockwave, but Tomio, Warthog, kick Flash on the ABO, but no one can quite follow up. Everyone from Cupid rallies behind their mid laner and salvages him from a bad play. But here comes Sniper, Ragnarok, and he is rocking and rolling all right. CC immune to everything, and Hoarder's the first one to go down. Flash out the backline, finds ABO. Sniper almost lives to tell the tale about and puts so much damage on the music, but he's got so much healing in his back pocket. Cody Sun cannot do it. Mobility picks up the triple and saves Cupid's day.
I would love to watch a replay of that fight, because what Sniper was doing in that backline is exactly what we talked about, Mark, and I thought he was making it happen. But the fact that Cupid lose this one and we get a triple for Mobility, who's sitting at 4-0, it's not looking good for Conviction this game, because Cupid are also getting the Baron.
And with that Baron pressure, they can easily put themselves in a very
I
easy
love it.
spot to maintain control of the Ocean Soul in the next 2 minutes.
That's right. And I like the delay. You know, low health bars, but we wait a second for Hoarder, even though ABO isn't going to get it. So this is our precision replay by Philips Norelco One Blade. Keep an eye on Sniper, because again, we talked about how he is going to be the one really breaking this comp open. He's able to take down Hoarder. The exhaust is already down too, so you think he's able to do a lot, especially with the double kill. But I think it's this space, looking back, that Cupid were able to make. There was a good couple of seconds where Sniper is the only one hitting targets on the side of Cupid, because Cody Sun's not able to follow up. He's not able to take advantage of that big power spike we built up. Now Cupid have the Baron. You said it, Mark. They're set up so well for Ocean Soul coming up soon.
They're already brute forcing the push into the tier 2 in the mid lane. Conviction cannot really look for a safe angle back in there. Insanity is pinching for a flank on the right, but has to give up his position since the rest of Cupid are responding with greater numbers here. Insanity still trying to just cheat his way through the jungle, but Cupid are being very vigilant and they're being very respectful about the angles that Conviction can take in trying to reclaim control.
There are very few angles for that, I must say. Now we're hitting some second items on a lot of key members, but look on Cupid's side. Mobility making full use of that gold. He's already on item number 3, the IE. He is reached DEFCON 1 mark, or whatever DEFCON is the most dangerous. He is a problem. He has no sums. The only thing to contend with is that Feather Storm. So that's what Conviction are looking for. You take Xayah, you have a chance to win this fight. They couldn't do it in our replay that we saw earlier. And now is the time.
He finds a kick onto Music and it stuns Mobility briefly. Came at the cost of a shockwave from ABO. Dragon was momentarily leashed, but resets back to full. Couple ultimates down on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, Sniper just has to look for this flank angle, but he's being pressured by Breezy. I don't know
comes out from
Cody
Sun.
Easy.
Decent poke. Hoarder's about to go Mega. He might just force Sniper's hand to go into Ragnarok prematurely. Hoarder now in Mega form. The rest of Cupid have full control of the Dragon. Conviction just decide it's not worth to die for. They'll have to flip for the Elder if we get a long enough game for it, but Cupid, 4 Dragons, now a full Ocean Soul on top of it. Baron buff will expire in the next 13 seconds, but Cupid have full control of this game.
And they managed to swing that gold lead back into their favor. Now almost 3,000 ahead, and the important thing is that that entire lead is on Mobility, who is getting his flash up very shortly, who wasn't even forced to use his Featherstorm mark. And we're seeing time and time again in these fights, no one is able to get onto this Xayah. I think Conviction zoned off Sniper beautifully with that combination of Hoarder and Breezy, and as long as they prevent any unfortunate flank angles from this Olaf, I don't see a world where Cupid lose any fights going forward.
You're almost hoping that Mobility just is walking by himself on a wave.
Yeah.
Just thinking, Mobility, why don't you do your best Jackie Love impression? Just take one wave that you feel like
Or double lift.
belongs to you.
Had to be said.
2 minutes before the
It'd be
next
funnier
Baron
if he was
spawn.
playing Lucian.
Yeah. that would really add. We would need him on Lucian and Insanity on Victor to really come full circle.
Yeah! That would be so funny.
Good to at least see Cupid maintaining a lot of their strong form we saw in the regular season. Regardless of how short it was, Cupid are still holding strong. And for Conviction, this game 1 opener, while we were somewhat hesitant to say that Conviction were going to outright be the weaker opponent going into the series, we still favored Cupid just because of all of the results that Cupid were able to muster up, and we'll see if Conviction can pull a rabbit out of this hat in this scenario, or if it's the magic is going to come later in the series or later on in the bracket.
I like that analogy because it really feels like it is going to take an act of magic for Conviction to find themselves ahead in this game one. Because especially at this stage where this gold lead only continues to grow in Cupid's favor, Conviction are running out of options. We are 50 seconds from the next Baron. It's not something Conviction are just going to be able to take. They need to win a big fight in order to guarantee themselves that pick. And again, we know the answer to that. Kill Mobility. But he has his flash, he has his exhaust back up, and of course, still has the Feather Storm that he hasn't been forced to use in quite a while. He is as protected can be, so Conviction, what do you have?
You got a Viking, and that's kind of it.
Yeah.
Sniper's the only person that has... Yeah, the Sniper's the only person with a substantial gold lead, and it is not enough to outweigh the swing and control that you would have. And they are the first ones on Baron. Sniper in base waiting for a TP, but it's not a flank, it's just a front door entrance. Tomio is going to get vision onto the Baron pit thanks to that Sonic Wave, and the rest of Cupid are not going to take a 50-50 flip, which I'm definitely a fan of. Meanwhile, Cody Sun is just pushing tier 1, gets a turret down. Cupid now looking to force a fight now that Hoarder is at Meganar form. But cannot really close the distance here. Flash available, does not send it.
I really thought we were going to see something there, but I appreciate the restraint from Cupid. The big 2026, doing Baron in the face of your opponents, I think in almost any game state is a big no-no. Instead, they're being careful, they're clearing out vision, and they're just going to go right back to threatening this Baron yet again. It's really just the NA RAM, as there are no other lanes these teams are choosing to affect. It's just a bounce between mid lane and the Baron pit. As Cupid, they're going to start it again.
This time, Hoarder is waiting for a flank and trying to zone off Tomio from the Baron. Hoarder is about to go Mega. Tomio flies on in. Avio forced a flash, and they turn their heads right onto Tomio's face. Hero's Entrance comes in, gives Tomio a little bit of relief.
Mobility is
and now
not
Sniper's
really
into
there.
the backline, but he's got no help whatsoever. He has the bail. Massive taunt from Insanity. They find
Look at
music.
Zaya!
The Shockwave
He's
collects
not
on
there!
the 2, but Mobility completely cut off from the fight. Everyone from Conviction went on the other side of the wall, and Mobility just could not get in.
That is the magic that Conviction is hoping for. The angle that they took to try and respond to the play onto a Blazed Olive actually just royally cucked Mobility. He could not interact. He did not auto-attack Conviction a single time in that fight. And that just ruins whatever gold lead that Cupid have. Yeah, Mobility can be as fed as he wants, but if he's not attacking, who cares? And now, with no jungler, Conviction, they're taking the swing mark. This is the moment. You can't plan for stuff like this. You just have to send it.
Music is not up for another 2 seconds. Conviction are not burning down this Baron fast enough, however. Somewhat nervous for Conviction as Hoarder's about to go Mega, and Tomio is now calling the Baron off. Cupid have done what they needed to do. Even with a curveball thrown their way, Cupid still show restraint, they still show respect, but they still show control and their dominance when necessary in order to stronghold them away from Baron, and now they are burning down the Elder.
And Shockwave is coming back up. Crescent Guard is coming back up. Everybody's going to have their tools, so Conviction is their last hope.
Oh my god, Tomio. Tomio? Oh, cannot get in there. Great defense from Cupid. And now they allow the Elder Dragon buff to work its own magic. Sniper will pull out one last Hail Mary, but cannot fight against the Elder Dragon's fire. Cupid Esports can now look in the mid lane, try to push and break open the base. We'll see if they try to end the game off this push, or if they'll turn to the Baron afterwards.
No culling, no sums for Cody Sun. I think that's all she wrote, guys. We are looking at long spawn timers for the top side of Conviction here. The bot lane of Conviction, they need to make something magical happen. They're going to need to pull several rabbits out of this hat if they want to hold on.
10 seconds on Insanity. 10 on Tomio. Cupid full sending it on to the Nexus towers. Cody Sun and Zyko have to find a Hail Mary defense if they want to keep this game one longer. Insanity goes in with the flash taunt onto multiple members, but smited down by the Elder Dragon's might, and Cupid Esports, with still 4 members strong, 5 members strong, pushing into the base of Conviction, will lead our series in the upper bracket. It's going to be close, but Cupid take game 1.
Cupid having a little fun at the end, too. It's all smiles for the boys in pink, as you got to give it to him, Mark. I think start to finish, that was a pretty clean game from Cupid Esports. Didn't feel like there were many moments that Conviction had many successful plays. Even their few advantages, they weren't able to capitalize.
Even with the Baron fight that gave them a shutdown on music, loved the response from Cupid Esports. They never overcommitted, they never panicked, they just slowly started putting the pressure onto Conviction, and as soon as they recognized that their Baron take was not nearly as fast as they needed it to be, they just waited. And eventually, a Conviction were like, guys, this isn't happening. We're taking too much damage from the Baron. We just got to back off. And I love to see that poise from Cupid, even in the face of when something unexpected does happen and it doesn't go your way. They don't lose their heads in that aftermath.
Yeah, and you got to chalk that up at least somewhat to the experience on this roster. I mean, we know ABO's been around for a long time, and you look at the rest of the roster top to bottom, they're not rookies. They've been in this league for quite a number of years, each in their own right, and you got to imagine with that experience comes that measure of decorum, calm, recognition that you guys don't have this, we have this. And they were right.
Cupid were indeed right, and now they lead the series here in our first round of the upper bracket. When we come back after this break, we'll see if Cupid can close this one out cleanly, or if Conviction will give them a fight for their life. Stay tuned. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Cupid Esports and Conviction off the back of Cupid's very dominant Game 1 victory over their opponents. And now, at match point, one more game win away from being able to advance into the next round of our upper bracket. That would be sending Conviction to the lower bracket. But after that Game 1 win beatdown, I think there was definitely a couple of moments where Conviction identified some of the strengths of Cupid and tried to play around it. The problem is that, quite frankly, Cupid got ahead early with a scaling team fighting composition, and Cupid very rarely gave that lead back to Conviction.
Yeah, I think the real big turning point was that top lane fight where we were getting hyped up thinking, okay, Conviction are finding their win, snipers in the back line, but the fight partially well played from Cupid, not as well executed from Conviction. That was really that turning point, and the only angle Conviction could take back was, again, that fight where Mobility was really isolated behind that Baron wall, not able to use that enormous advantage he had built, and even then, that overall lead was too great because Conviction couldn't even take a massive enough win there to secure the Baron for themselves. So, yeah, you got outscaled, a little bit outplayed, but I will say, I think I'm less concerned for Conviction overall in playoffs. Does that make sense? I think they've been playing better, especially our last week of play compared to today.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And maybe Conviction trying things out in draft number 1, recognizing that, hey, you know, we only had one magic damage dealer, and he fell behind because he was the victim of our first blood, and playing Galio means that either you need to build frontline items because no one else on your team really is a dedicated frontline. Everyone else is either a diver or a backline fighter. So it's
tough.
Sniper, turn on some lights, man. How do you see? Okay, I think there we go. It's
that is pretty crazy.
The pale luminescent glow from the monitor is all the light he needs. See, Hoarder at least has a window open. You know,
yeah, bro. It's got the curtains drawn. Dude, I always forget how jacked this guy is, bro. Drop the bicep routine, king. Look at this guy. Can he hear me? Why is this guy posing like, what's going on?
I'm curious. Sorry, I got stun locked for a bit.
Bro, me too.
Yeah,
he's mocking us.
He is mocking us, and not only Hoarder recognizes that somehow the cam is on him at the moment, but also how much love he's been getting from the co-streamers about his routines. So this is how we build a brand, guys. Shout outs to all the players that put a lot of work, not just on Summoner's Rift, but also off the Rift into their social media game, because we as a community, we eat that up. We love to see it. We want reasons to continue supporting our players, even if it's not for game-related reasons. This is why Shochi is one of our beloveds, because that man knows how to make content in the player cam. Isn't that great?
Dude, you already know.
Last week.
That was jokes.
That got me fired up, bro. That was insane. It looks like we are having some technical issues, though, with one of the player PCs, so it's going to be a hot minute. Hopefully, I'm double-checking our notes from Prod.
You know what, Mark?
What's that?
You know what, Mark? Let's humor me a moment. I've been looking through some stats last night, and I had this plan for this exact moment like this to play a
excellent
little stats quiz with you. So
vamp content, I love it.
Yeah, bro. You know, just because I thought it was very interesting looking, because one of my favorite stats that I find just fun to like talk about, fun to think about is there's a stat on Game of Legends called a win rate when ahead at 15 minutes. So with that in mind, I always look to see, who has a sort of, especially when we have longer splits, who has a good win rate. How well do you translate leads? I think it's a good way to get an idea on how well teams are executing on the mid to late game when they find themselves ahead. And it's really funny because first, Mark, my first question is, how many teams do you think have 100% win rate when ahead at 15 minutes?
2.
Of our remaining 8 teams, by the way.
2.
Okay. I'm just double checking my notes. I didn't consolidate them because I have a disease. But the answer is actually... Let me just make 100% sure. The answer is 3.
Oh, okay. That was close.
It's 3 teams. Now, can you guess which teams have it? One of them will be pretty
Cupid.
easy. Yeah.
Energy Cupid.
NRG is correct. Cupid is not correct.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is gonna get
Energy
funny.
Dorado?
I believe Dorado is correct. Hold on, where? Microsoft, don't do this to me. Where's my Dorado match?
My original votes were going to be Energy Cupid Dorado, but Cupid's not one of them. So,
It's... Wait, I didn't write down that Dorado... Oh, no, it's not. Okay, so there are 4 teams.
It's not Dorado?
Actually,
Wow.
and it's not Dorado. Dorado, I think we were pretty high, but not quite.
Okay.
Yeah.
Energy Winthrop.
Yes.
Okay.
100% win rate when ahead at 15 minutes. Good stuff. You're
Okay.
halfway there.
Energy Winthrop. I'm gonna say Ole Miss.
No.
Okay.
Theirs is pretty high too, but not quite 100.
All right. Just tell me who's the third one.
The third one is Maryville.
Is it really Maryville? Well, on the
They've
one
been getting
hand, I feel like
smoked in the early game.
yeah.
That's the thing.
Okay. See, that makes sense. So it's probably like they were ahead only like what 3 games total out of the regular season.
However many games they won, yeah.
Yeah.
They were
it's,
ahead. Because their average team gold at 15 minutes is like negative 1,500 or something. If that,
which is
you know,
not
tells you
to
anything.
turn this conversation about our next series just yet, but next
True.
series is Dorado Gaming versus Maryville University, and Maryville
Yes.
classic Saints formula is every lane is winning before 15 minutes, and then you just have for a while you have had the best player in your jungle role, aka Yuji.
Yeah.
Just smoke the rest of the map with 3 winning lanes. And that kind of oppressive pressure is insurmountable a lot of the times. But obviously, story about Maryville being in a bit of a rebuild transition phase. Aoju, now the new mid laner, taking over the long-tenured role of Spyrax, who is now one of Maryville's greatest alumni, part of the program, being part of 2 of their championships, 3 of their championship runs, or at least finals appearances. And for Maryville, obviously not having Yuji this entire regular season, I think he's not going to be in today later on either.
Not.
So
It's
we'll
still
still have
Niles.
Niles in for today, which is going to put an even greater question mark on how well Maryville University are going to be able to fare going into the rest of the playoff bracket. But let's return now to our current series, Conviction and Cupid. Another thing that I had planned as a talking point, just in case we needed some time to kill beatdown, while we are fixing the issues for one of the players' PCs. We didn't mention it during the game, but because Beatdown had softly mentioned that one of the stray nerfs that Camille caught was a Sundered Sky nerf. That not only affects Camille, but it affects the entire jungle pool as well, because we have been living in a Sundered Sky world for the past year and a half, Beatdown. Maybe more. Maybe I don't remember how long
since the item has come out.
Yeah, since the item has come out and replaced Divine Sunderer, which, if you think about the past 5-6 years of jungle play, there has been some iteration of an OP, almost broken fighter HP item that has ability haste or cooldown reduction and has some sort of healing mechanic built into the item. You think about Gore Drinker back in 2021 or 2022.
And Divine Sunderer when it came out.
And then Divine Sunderer after. Exactly. Yes.
So once
Gore Drinker, once Gore Drinker got nerfed into the ground, people are just like, okay, we're not going to build Gore Drinker anymore. We're just going to build Divine Sunderer instead. And it's like, it's the same problem. So then they take out Divine Sunderer from the game, both Gore Drinker and that item, and then they replace it with Sundered Sky. And they're like, okay, surely this is a healthy version of healing for fighters while we can still give them all 3 stats that they love: HP, AD, and ability haste. Nope. We have to nerf that item too, because all of those champions that rush that item dominate the meta. So now we're in a world where Sundered Sky is significantly weaker, and it's going to get another hit going into next patch because it's still seeing overall
pretty good
dominating trends. But that being said, Beatdown, some of our junglers are already trying to respond if in building different items. I love that music for Xin Zhao went Titanic Hydra and Dusk and Dawn.
It was a good adaptation. It was really good. And you know, we talk about builds. I think something interesting on this patch, Mark, that we didn't really touch on, that I'm sure you'll remember once I mention it, is the jungle pet changes. So everyone's talking about the tank changes, which, to be fair, is pretty significant, that bonus MR, damage from bonus MR, armor, and health is buffed, which is pretty good, but it's also off your AP ratio as well. So I think they're very quietly trying to, you know, with the nerf of Sundered Sky as well, trying to push AP junglers a little more to the forefront in the jungle pool, which I think would be really fun, which is why I'm just saying Lucian mid, a Felio spot wouldn't have lost game 1. It would have been cool anyways.
Very true. Beatdown, I would love to continue podcast about just patch changes overall, because this patch was quite huge, but after word from production, they told us to cut that podcasting out. No. The real thing is that we do have to send to a break because the technical issues from the player side is starting to persist longer than expected, so we are going to try and get an updated ETA as soon as possible. But just to let you guys know, starting at 3:05 Pacific, conviction or one of the players would start losing all bans. I guess it looks like it is conviction with the PC issues, so hopefully it gets resolved. Otherwise, bans are going to be starting to be lost going forward if they can't be resolved soon. So hopefully we can get into draft for Game 2 ASAP. We'll see you then. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade. Oh, what's that?
Oh,
Are we back,
we're
chat?
back. We're back.
Do we have the draft? Yes!
Okay.
Yes! Let's go! Okay. Beat down. Let's lock and load. We're ready to go. Cupid and Conviction, please give me some spice into this game number 2. Or, just at the very least, more competitive drafts and ones that are a bit more respectful of the opponents. Looking at you, Conviction. They tried to go for the snowball angle, did not work in their favor. And knowing that Insanity was put on Galio duty, that brother was jailed for a bit of the game. So we know that this guy can flex his carry muscles a bit more. So let's try and see if Conviction can leverage him better with this game 2 draft.
I agree with you, Mark, and I do love to see Insanity put on the carry pants, so I hope that comes through. They're respecting the Victor a lot. I was banned during the second rotation in the last draft, but this time around they're like, no, oh no, I'm looking at Conviction side. Please forgive me. Still, we know Insanity's champ pool to be very deep, and I'm excited to see anything he's on as long as it's not a tank.
If you're going to play a tank, you got to have better damage profile allocation for the rest of the maps, and that your tank is not also your only magic damage dealer. But Conviction, we're teasing us with a pick we saw debut last week from Decoy with the Kled, but they're going to stick with the Ezreal, something a bit more standard. Yeah,
and even with the Karma ban, you don't get the OP Ezreal Karma combination, it still has that strength that we have been, priding mages on in the bot lane. Oh yeah, they can lane by themselves, no problem, while supports row. And I'll tell you what, Ezreal's been doing that for years, and he's good at it. So Cody Sun's going to rock with that in his back pocket.
Cassiopeia instantly locked in for ABO. Really strong mid laner in the current metagame, and usually has just kind of the best of both worlds. Strong laning phase, strong scaling, really strong synergy with tier 3 Swifty boots as well. Kai'Sa also locked in for mobility. So this is interesting beatdown because Cassiopeia and Kai'Sa are kind of wanting to do opposite things here. Cassiopeia would like to kite backwards. Kai'Sa would like to dive forwards.
So while I agree with you, I think Cassio, if supported properly, can move in either direction. Similar to Xayah, where of course
that's definitely fair with this.
Kit works very well if they're walking into you. But I mean, if you have a solid front line, you have a Nautilus, Leona just making crazy space for you, as long as you're hitting those Cassio Qs, you can walk whatever direction you want. Up, down, left, right. I think she'll be fine. And that's kind of where I think they'll be okay. That's also why I like the Jarvan pick.
Yeah. Definitely a reflection of how strong Cassio is in the meta, where historically we've always seen her in comps that are trying to reposition and play front to back, but kiting backwards. But yeah, she has so much movement speed now. She can go anywhere. Syndra, solid answer into what is showing from Cupid. You can try and outrange the somewhat mid-range from both Kai'Sa and Cassiopeia with that Scatter the Weak stun. You have strong CC follow-up, knock-up as well. And as you called out, Jarvan at least can lock them down inside the Cataclysm. Qiyana coming in, more than likely for music in the jungle. And this is a way to try and play around that Cataclysm lockdown. You can always just hop out of it.
Or if everybody's grouped up, either near it or around it, supreme display of talent. Get a cool little stun. That is a pretty exciting one. Mark, I don't know much about what Qiyana's are building these days, but I'm thinking Eclipse, especially with the buffs it got on this patch. I'm wondering if that's part of the decision-making there for music. But, I mean, you're the jungle guy. Talk to me.
We'll take Cycle Sword Rush.
That's right.
Still is a still very strong lethality item, and even though Qiyana's not buffed on this patch, she's getting buffed next patch, which is really surprising because I still think outside of Neferi, she is the strongest assassin jungler you can take in the metagame right now because she also provides really strong crowd control and teamfight utility with her ultimate. So, but she's not necessarily a frontliner, and the only caveat about her is that unlike Jarvan or Xin or any of these other fighter junglers, she can't be always the first one going forward, because if she does and she picks her engagement poorly, she is going to get one shot. But Cupid are trying to identify some bad top lane matchups from Sniper with this Renekton and Aurelia ban. Curious what they're trying to tee up here as a response.
I imagine, I think the Aurelia is a... Oh, yeah. I imagine they're just going to put Hoarder on a tank. So I think that creates an opportunity for a player like Sniper to get some serious lane advantages. The Nautilus ban makes sense, but I think with the lack of the front line, I was thinking more like, want to remove Leona or something like that. But because Cupid have that fourth pick, maybe they're willing to go for this trade of Leona with Alistar, or maybe Rel, who's still on the table as well. But either way, wanting to hit, I think Leona might be Cupid's best option just because she's so tanky, man.
Not going to be a tank from Hoarder, however. The Mbessa comes in, at least thankfully to the Renekton ban that protects it, but it does put the frontline onus on Breezy for sure. And I would imagine that Kaisa would love a tank partner, but yes, buddy, we get Sniper's Riven, and at a really great time for Conviction to rally when they are down versus Cupid on match point. And how can we tie this composition together from Zyko? Definitely not a Kayle support. Please don't do that.
Nope.
Go back to the Shen. That's a fine pick. You have a lot of volatile laners here that you can try and support across the map. And as you pointed out earlier, Beatdown, even before the mage bot roaming support meta, Ezreal was always good being left alone.
Of course. And I mean, Shen, still the one top laner surviving the purge of other laners into the bot lane, is going to be the response there. You do well into supports who want to dive into you in lane, and of course, I mean, that ultimate, the global power there with the Stand United cannot be understated, and very much similar to Game 1, where Insanity was serving a similar purpose with the Gallia ultimate there, the hero's entrance. You can also do a little bit of supporting for Sniper in the side lane, especially on this Riven pick, where if he gets it going, I mean, I don't really see how he can be dealt with by anyone on CPD. A lot of these people are very squishy. The only real tank you're working with is the Rel. So you're not working with the most amount of HP or resistances.
Yeah. Riven still remains to be a champion that you talk to any pro player in solo queue, it is their permaban, because as soon as Riven gets a lead, she is just too much to deal with. It is almost like you might as well just step away from your keyboard and just wait for the game to be FF'd at 15.
Unplug it, bro.
just go next at that point. Once you see a Riven with endless hunger in her second item or third item slot. It's like, well, any shot that we had at trying to kill her through the constant shield up time from her E, now she gets Omnivamp, she gets Tenacity, she gets even more ability haste. Nice, man. Nice champion. We'll see if it's enough for Conviction.
Very chill.
We'll see if it's enough for Conviction to push us to Game 3, or if Cupid can maintain their rigor and their discipline as we head into Game 2.
Here it is, guys. Bit of a delay. Conviction back against the wall. Just to remind everyone what we're looking at here. This is our first playoff match in the upper bracket. So these teams are still playing with their first of 2 lives. We already talked about at top of show mark how hard it is to win through that lower bracket gauntlet. You not only have to play more matches, but from this day forward, if you lose, you're only playing best of 5s.
And that's where your mental is going to be challenged even more. How long you are able to maintain that resilience, that mental fortitude. Right now, all eyes for me are going to be in this top side matchup. Really want to see how well Conviction can snowball this signature pick from Sniper. Tomio already clearing his red side jungle. Was curious to see if after like a 3-camp clear, he tries and looks for a dive onto Hoarder. Sniper is rocking Ignite instead of TP alongside his flash, so you have a little bit of extra kill pressure, but it's Cody Sun and Zyko that ding level 2 first on the mobility, and they're already pushing him to use his flash and his exhaust. Maybe this changes things up a bit in Tomio's game plan, but Music could now look for a sneak attack. No ward on the Pixel Brush. Breezy flashing after Cody Sun, lands up the Q stun. Music goes in for the combo, but not enough damage to threaten Cody Sun's life.
So did you get the trade? Breezy's working with Hex Flash too, so I think overall that's worthwhile. Plus, at least that ward in the brush is actually pretty valuable. You do know that back is being completed, so you still feel comfortable pushing that wave in overall. So I think as long as Music is able to capitalize in a couple of minutes, Cody Sun's flash being down, we'll call that one worthwhile, but overall, Cody Sun, Zyko, they still have that pressure down low.
Now Tomio has a chance to attack bot lane. Mobility did not get a chance to base. Breezy is down heal and flash as well. Exactly. And Zyko has his flash to guarantee this taunt connecting.
Oh, no Q!
Bam! Taunt flash into the knockup from Tomio, and it's first blood for Conviction.
And the trade kill goes over to Breezy, which, honestly, that feels really good. We can just hit this one all over again.
All right. I was a bit nervous that Tomio was not walking away from the turret aggro, but thankfully, it cooled down. It was no longer at Omega levels of damage, so...
Right.
Fine.
I'm a little sad we didn't go again, but, you know, crabs need to be farmed, jungle camps need to be killed, so it is what it is. You still deny a wave.
Oh.
I like the way Tomio held that one. Oh my god. So, a lot of gold potential was lost there for mobility. And Hoarder, unfortunately, your TP will be on a lower cooldown when you finish your quest, but this is the lane you have to contend with. I'm sorry, brother.
Ignite for flash. Sniper immediately pinging Tomio is like, hey, buddy.
Kill this guy.
Clear your 2 camps and then immediately come top lane when you hit level 5 and we kill this guy.
He just TP'd. Think of how delicious the advantage would be. Think of the tilt we could instill into my opponent. Doesn't that just tickle you, Tomio? I think it does. Hey, look at that, they're synced up.
So far, we're on schedule. Tomio is hitting Krugs. He can hit Raptors and then think about walking top lane. But they did ping that there is a possibility of a Pixel Brush being warded by Hoarder in that topside river, so it would be difficult to get that gank off without Hoarder knowing. At least there is a ward per ward, or a ward from Sniper matching that. So at least if Sniper decided to push up, he would be somewhat safe, but that's why Music is taking the lane gank approach, protecting Hoarder on this wave crash.
Yeah, that's right. Hoarder is able to get the crash, so they can play for that bounce back, and I think Sniper, I mean, they're both trading pretty aggressively, but I think the setup is perfect. Music doesn't have... Music sitting on some pretty good damage here. I think they can get this one done pretty fast.
Sniper has to be careful. Tomio's on the other side of the map, but is he expecting a lane gank?
Level 6?
Flashes away before Music can get his damage off. Barely survives.
Literally level 6 saves Sniper's life there, which is just... Oh, feels bad, but Sniper still has to respect and walk very far back. So he is going to lose out on a lot since he didn't take the early TP. We'll still call that one a successful gank. Conviction, of course, will be able to use their bot advantage, and of course the fact that Music's away allow Tomio to collect that first dragon. So Conviction this game are the ones who are stacking those dragons.
We've already had 2 kills this game, Beatdown, and yet this game still feels like it's on a razor's edge in terms of momentum. Both teams are trying to find ways to get the advantage over the other. And right now, that top lane setup for Sniper, where he had a clear flash advantage on Hoarder, thankfully Music reads the situation well, and it's communicated that Hoarder needed the protection on the crash. Sniper doesn't anticipate a lane gank was going to come over, or at least one that avoids having to lose his flash in the first place. So now, if there is a window to attack Hoarder, it has to be on this deploy from Tomio, otherwise his flash is coming back up after.
Yeah, because again, Sniper just like last game, is set up to do a lot of damage in this composition. It was able to get ahead on the Olaf. Cupid still out team fought Conviction, and we're able to limit that disadvantage. And also, facing a comp where they got to build a lot of armor, also limited Sniper's ability to have impact. This game, now that Insanity's playing Syndra, it's less of a problem. Sniper still managed to get an advantage, so I'm going to keep an eye on them. Let's see whether or not he's going to be able to actually have that impact. Whew.
Decent ward from Porter to at least place a one by the river entrance going into that topside jungle. So in case Hoarder was going to get dove on that wave crash by Sniper, there was information to detect it. Now, doesn't seem like Tomio will be going for Hoarder anytime soon, since he is continuing to clear out his bottom side jungle. So we can try and steer the conversation away looking at bot lane, since that initial pressure from Cody Sun and Zyko has at least garnered himself a solid 10 CS lead over Mobility's Kai'Sa, but crucially, he hasn't fallen that much further behind.
Yeah, I think right now, though, this awkward deploy is getting super punished there by Conviction. I like this angle that Zyko and Tomio have taken, as long as Tomio hits the brush. Okay, good Void Seeker is going to reveal the situation here, but of course Mobility support is still late to the party, which means our Mobility stands to lose a little bit as this wave crashes into the turret. In fact, they're going to make damn sure the marksman of Cupid is going to continue bleeding a little bit here in this matchup.
Because of Tomio's investment on the bot side and it being well read by Cupid, Music is able to get all three grubs on the top side for his time. And Sniper gonna have to play further back since he doesn't have Tomio on his side of the jungle, and Hoarder's Flash now back up off of cooldown. Cupid Esports, so far, weathering the storm yet again, even though they don't have the massive early snowball lead that they had in Game 1. Once again, it's a game that feels like it is Cupid's to potentially control and scale out to the later stages of the game.
Yeah. And it's very tense, I think, as you pointed out earlier. Not quite certain which way things are going to go. 2 kills, but 1 apiece, and you can see the trades going on. One makes a move, the other responds elsewhere. So we haven't seen that full clash of powers just yet. And I imagine we won't. Probably not until the Rift Herald pops up. And I think, for one thing, Sniper will have access to that teleport because the role quest will be done by then. Almost certainly. And there's that potential for a 5v5 finally breaking out here between these two teams.
We're just building up the tinder and pouring in the coal for a potential explosion later on. Have yet to see even the slight burnings of a fire that can really get this game going, as right now neither of the jungles have found too much more of an explosive impact in this game outside of Tomio's visit to the bot side and Music at least course correcting what could have been a complete collapse from the cause of Sniper's Riven. Get our second dragon spawning now, and Conviction at least are set up to take first touch.
Yeah, and really just looking, I don't think Cupid have the greatest angle to try and set this one up, especially with how Conviction are positioned. Music shouldn't be able to take full advantage of that supreme display of talent hitting against the wall.
Ooh, scatter the weak into double taunt flash by Psycho. Good night to Music, and Conviction can walk away, stealing and or smiting the dragon.
I was gonna say,
forced to flash away as Cody Sun gets aggressive, flashing forward. One more Mystic shot connects onto the back of the snake, and Conviction will find the makings of their snowball here in Game 2.
Signs of life from our spring champions, Mark. Conviction finally joined the series. Really nice fight win. Great setup between Tomio and Zyko. Music, he didn't have time to flash. There was nothing for him to do. So Conviction, well, the gold lead is not, I wouldn't say substantial, You got some kill. You have 2 kills on Cody-san. Wonderful. You have 2 dragons at 11 minutes. Lovely. And it's a mountain soul that they're playing for. So every Drake gonna make them just a little bit tankier. And of course, the shields with that soul, it does wonders for your sustainability later on.
Very true. And having that extra bit of resistances makes a champion like Riven all that more oppressive to deal with. Since she's just constantly giving herself pseudo-sustain with those shields, and then you have to break through and even take your character.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. It's good to see here from Conviction so far. Of course, as you mentioned, Cupid, they have late game tools. They have a lot to be excited about once we get past that 20-minute mark. That's why you gotta praise Conviction for finding these advantages where they have them. See leads starting to grow, especially in bot lane. Very important here for the Ezreal, especially in a game where not a lot of tanks. So I think Cody-san, he stands to get some pretty valuable damage this game.
There was an attempt from Cupid to set up a dive. However, they sniff it out, and Conviction are able to collapse faster than Cupid's ability to spring the dive itself. So Cody-san stays safe, is able to protect his lead somewhat. That being said, it is definitely a good sign for Cupid with mobility being able to catch back up in overall gold, despite Cody-san having 2 kills to his name and only down 10 CS, which is kind of crazy to think about. I'm guessing that's just either off the cold gold.
I would say it's the call. Because I think you also get a little extra gold while you're completing it from the minions too, so it all adds up. And Cody-san himself didn't go for the call either. There's that advantage mobility is starting to cash in on, so it is a great shout. We're 1:30 till the Herald. That's really, I think, the big thing we're going to be looking for. Didn't expect a big fight at that dragon, but we saw it. I think Herald, something Conviction, very committed to Rafa.
Uh-oh. Well, Sniper.
As what I would say if Sniper was still alive.
And here's where I would put my top laner for this fight. If I had one.
If I had one!
That's okay, Conviction going to attack the bottom side instead. Breezy might be in trouble, still has Flash, so Tomio does not want to pop the Cataclysm just for him just yet. Tries to go for lethal, but it's a well-timed Locket Shield and Flash to escape danger.
Yeah. Really good stuff there from Breezy to live. It means not quite the response that Conviction were hoping for, especially with no one being there on that top side. Order is able to crash a couple of waves, collect plates, really pull ahead here in this top lane matchup. Big contrast to what we saw in game 1. We saw the Olaf there from Sniper. So now, top lane quest being done means Sniper has the TP. He's able to join instantly, but as long as Hoarder makes his way back ASAP, he has a lot of good stats to show for that last play we saw.
It's the first item spike on the Mbessa, and already halfway to his second one, while also having tier 2 boots online, and Sniper, because he has now been set behind, he just wants to finish the second item, not even worrying about the tier 2 boots just yet, since what I imagine that Eclipse is going to be building into, or not Eclipse, the Caulfields. I'm actually...
isn't it Cleaver? Cleaver got buff this patch too.
Well,
or
Cleaver builds out of Phage and Kindle Gems, so...
yeah, my fault.
Yeah, so... I know that in past there's been, like, different item builds from Rivens. In solo queue, I always see something the likes of, like, Axiom Arc and Endless Hunger, but in competitive, Eclipse Sundered Sky usually gets to be the go-to after because it's safer and you get more effective HP out of it.
Right.
Sacrificing for a little bit of damage. We'll see what the Riven main decides is the best option in this state of the game, as we see Cupid trying to poise for this third dragon of the game with their 1.1k gold lead. Conviction might be forced to concede it, since Cupid is already showing 4 members here in the river.
Yeah, and Sniper did TP. We're getting the TP as well from Hoarder. That's brutal, because if we think about items, ABO is not very strong right now. Like, he just finished building that Rod of Ages, has no stacks on it at the moment. I think you have a lot of damage to play with here on Conviction side. I think they still want it.
Porter using that TP shield very aggressively, able to at least buy some pressure away from Conviction, but it's not enough where they feel confident about sticking onto the Dragon. They'd rather play for a steal. Music still waiting in the area. Hoarder right behind him alongside ABO. Scattered Weak punts him away. Tomio secures it. Breezy has a multi-man engage. And look at the damage from Music, and Hoarder right on top of it! Conviction's front line just explodes! Sniper and Insanity, the only members left alive to try and fight this one out, but Immobility flashing over the orb. He wants to run David Chalet down and prove who is the better David on the Rift. Mobility will at least run him back to the safety of his tier 1 turret, but Conviction, despite picking up the Dragon, lose plenty in the fight.
And that might be worth it. Crazy thing, Mar. Conviction one Drake away from a Mountain Soul. We talked about the value that offers Conviction in this composition, but I have a lot of concerns now. Cupid just picked up thousands of gold for basically nothing. An incredibly effective team fight. You add first brick to top it all off, and the wallets of Cupid just got so much fatter as a result. We are hitting those breakpoints now ahead of schedule. Mobility, he already built the Rage Blade. ABO is really close to finishing that Seraphs. So that is kind of good, but really unfortunate for Conviction in terms of gold.
Conviction are trying to force this Rift Herald before the rest of Cupid are able to redeploy back out on the map, but they have arrived in time. And there's still plenty of health to cut down through on this Rift Herald, and Conviction might just be forced to concede position here. Sniper is looking for a flank, but he's well warded, so Cupid know that the Rivet is looking.
So, good flash from Music, almost died to the True Shot Barrage. I think that's the consequence of that fight we just saw, Mark. They beat Conviction so cleanly that Cupid didn't have their ultimates. They're only just now, this second, coming back online. So they didn't have a way to actually win that team fight the way they did the last one. Of course, that commitment from Conviction means they're able to knock down another turret in response to that Rift Herald. And there's no answer really for Conviction to have as a result. Yeah, Insanity's going to get some plate top side, but this gold lead, Mark, before that Dragon, it was, I'm not even joking, it was like nothing. And now it's almost 5K.
This is a tough position for Conviction to be in, but for Cupid, it is only what they can believe to be a sign of things to come in this playoffs bracket, being able to weather any semblance of some attempts from Conviction to try and snowball this game, but they have dealt with the curveballs, they have dealt with the attacks well. Porter, however, might not be able to escape this one. The three-man play coming out from Conviction, the Scatter of the Week stun alongside the Cataclysm, sealing his demise, and the Abessa goes down.
Even Cody's son is like, wait, let me get in too. And we're gonna rewatch that Dragon play, or Precision replay by Philips Norelco OneBlade, and again, it's just seamless, clean. There's really nothing else to say. So many members of Conviction, as we say, may as well have unplugged their keyboards, Mark, because there was nothing for them to do in that team fight.
Yep. Just loved the commitment from Cupid. As soon as Breezy finds the angle, everyone is flashing forward and diving into the play to follow up on that moment. You saw Magnastorm, Supreme display of talent, even a flash petrifying gaze, and Breezy might be in trouble. Oh, but Mobility tanks the Mystic Shot just in case the Locket Shield was not enough to survive. True Shot Barrage. Thankfully, Breezy went into the jungle for safety.
And that's the space Conviction needed. It's two successful back-to-back plays. They didn't get the kill, but they got the space to get every plate from this Herald. They should be able to get a little more. You can't see this Herald not being able to make the charge, and there it is. So good on Conviction, able to cut down this gold lead by a couple thousand. Get themselves a little bit of breathing room here. And now, Mark, it's time to back. It's time to spend that gold. The hope is that Cody's son able to finish that Muramana, which he has. Because again, he has so much potential for damage against Cupid's team composition. Mostly squishy, he outranges them. And this is their Dragon Soul. If Conviction don't get this, we are going to just watch a steady decline for the rest of this game.
I'm actually curious if Conviction are going to try and fight for the state of the game on this one dragon, or if they are willing to try and make a trade for extra gold in their pockets. Sniper was able to complete a Death Stance as his second item, so not the greedy or endless hunger purchase that we see in solo queue, but one that will at least give him a little bit more pseudo-sustain and pseudo-durability. Conviction are not anywhere near the dragon upon its spawn. Tomio was clearing out some vision on the top side, so it's gone. And I don't know if Conviction can even find an angle for a retake or trying to look for an attack on their way out.
No, and they don't have any lanes to play for either. Both side lanes are pushed towards their side. One's even crashed to the bottom tier 1. Because CPD aren't really afraid to walk through their own jungle, they're also able to collect this mid wave too. So Conviction, a lot of damage control to do in the side lane, and this is so brutal too, because the reason I stress this dragon is, especially with the lead Cupid have, this game doesn't get easier for them. It only gets harder. Cassiopeia is scaling. Kaisa is scaling. That third item is going to be ridiculous for mobility, and we already see the damage that he was able to do before he hit the second one. So Conviction, I understand letting that dragon go in exchange for gold. The problem is they got no gold in the process and are still in danger.
Yeah, it didn't even look like Conviction were fully committed to the idea of giving up that dragon. It seemed like half the team still wanted to contest and play for it, but...
Yeah.
And those are the kinds of indecisive moments that can really cost a team the state of the game. If you're going to trade for gold, you should see a full commitment from it, and see if Cupid are able to now take advantage of effectively slowing down the game from Conviction.
And right now, Cupid very slowly is able to clear out vision.
Oh, great from Hoarder. He saw that Cody's son had used his arcane shift, lines up the public execution with no assistance whatsoever. They even kill Sniper on the TP entry as well. 5-3 now. Baron is looking mighty delicious right about now.
And Cupid take it so quickly. We're talking Kaisa, Cassiopeia. Even in 2026, this Baron is not long for this world. Tomio, Insanity, Zyko. Do you have anything for us?
Zanity fishes for a Scattered Leak Stun, doesn't quite find it. Oh, it's a flash of all music! Gets a two-man to supreme display of talent. And my goodness, Conviction now down to their jungler Tomio to see if he can look for the flip. But I don't think it's gonna happen. Cupid is just so precise and so... Alright, well, they'll wait for Tomio to try to get into the pit. They stop the damage onto the Baron. I respect the Hail Mary attempt, had to try something, but Cupid just being so damn clean in being able to identify where to attack, who to target, and execute.
And it's only downhill from here, Mark, for Conviction. This is brutal. Because now, for Cupid, we've scaled up. And again, just the way Cupid is playing out these fights, just taking advantage, recognizing the weaknesses, moments that they can get on top of members of Conviction. You called it out so well. Cody's son, no flash. They watched him use the arcane shift. So Hoarder immediately jumps in there with that public execution. It's just been so clean from Cupid all series long, as now they're barreling towards a 2-0.
This is an Mbessa ulti that was nerfed in cast time too, by the way, so it's even harder to land that without any prior CC. Now Cupid with close to a 9k gold lead. Tomio's gonna send it on the music, and he's like, cool story, man. I'm just gonna dash out of it. And Tomio forced to flash back to safety, and this turret is gone.
That's right, Stand United just to keep their jungler alive. Just giving Conviction a couple seconds more to hold on. Sniper.
Whoa, a lot of ultimates being thrown. Supreme Display of Talent doesn't quite land, but a Blaze All-Is Petrifying Gaze will. Sniper trying to follow up on that Scatter of the Week pick from Insanity. Doesn't find it. As well as Hoarder, who tried to look for another magical public execution number 2 this time. Insanity gets out of this one.
I respect the effort. I respect the intent. If Hoarder went 2 for 2, we'd be screaming right now. At the end of the day, the damage is done. 10K is that gold lead bouncing around for Cupid. And they're about to spend so much of the gold. They were able to earn their mark. And they still have a Baron buff going for about a minute. So there's one more consorted push that they can go for. Or they can just focus on securing that next Mountain Dragon.
Yeah. You know what I just thought about Beatdown? Like,
what?
Landing an Mbessa ulti in this day and age without CC is like hitting a half-court shot, you know? And as soon as Hoarder hit the first one, he was like, watch me do it again! And we're like, oh!
I'm hot!
It's like,
I'm hot! That first one was a heat check. He's like, I'm going again!
Damn. Alright. Alright, guys. I'm cold. I need to warm up again.
That's okay, that's okay. He can get it back. He just needs to hit one more.
Mm-hmm.
He'll get his chance. Maybe not now, but in a couple minutes when they fight again.
Cupid denying yet again another Mountain Dragon away from Conviction. Mountain Soul, what used to be obtainable by Conviction, has been evaded yet again for another 5 minutes. And in the face of a 10K gold deficit, it seems even more unlikely that Conviction will ever get that chance again. And all Cupid have to do is bide their time, slowly push Conviction back into the recesses of their base. And once they have full control of that top side, Baron will come up in 2 minutes and 30. And it just comes down to the execution, the coordination of Cupid, whether they just rip it on spawn, or if they see Conviction trying to push for it, they can... As they demonstrated, they turn off of it and immediately play for the right targets. I mean, I just cannot speak highly enough about Cupid's restraint and their decisive coordination on when to attack, when to pull, and when to break off and immediately shift their focus.
Yes, the coordination is there. And you got to appreciate, too, when we talked to Crankshank in the interview, the lessons they learned from NRG and just that focus they've had all split long on improving playing their best game together as 5, and how that's clearly been demonstrated in all of their matches in the regular split. And no more than here, or I would say most of all here, this coordination, this teamwork, just the individual skill we're seeing from all of these players in this series, just to dogpile onto the point you're making, Mark, has just been wonderful.
Only a minute and 20 now before the next Baron spawn, and Conviction have tried to look for attempts in the Fog of War with their vision control, but Cupid have been very conservative about how they approach angles and parts of the map where they don't have vision. It's always in groups. Even with this massive gold advantage, they are... Ooh, mobility! Forced to go golden into that Zhonya's Hourglass. The True Shot Barrage after. It was timed well, just unfortunately not enough damage.
Yeah, that is brutal. Insanity beforehand also. Only just now hit 120 stacks. Didn't have that execute on the ultimate, but that is something that he could be looking forward to, even though Conviction are so far behind. As long as you get someone to below 20%, they go boom, Mark. They go boom. And this is also, remember the patch that the tier 3 Sork shoes, they did get buffed. So, you know, you do be hitting a tiny bit harder.
If only he had the tier 3 Sork shoes. It would allow him to pop this guy like a balloon.
Yeah.
Cupid, even with curveballs that Conviction tend to throw out, they are still prepared for any win conditions that Conviction try to hunt for, no matter how small they might be. Zhonya's now down potentially for this Baron fight if they try and spring it in the near future. They have control of the mid wave. Music is in the top side of the jungle. Scatter the Weak stun, decent onto Hoarder, but able to shrug off a majority of the damage thanks to the Death Stance. We'll take a base though.
Yeah. Very slowly, Conviction just trying to push their vision line at least somewhat into the river so they don't get caught in an unfortunate Baron dance. So they're able to get something done, but I don't think it's really the Baron that they are concerned about It's that dragon, less than a minute away, and it would be Cupid's third mountain dragon. So you look, we got a little bit of resistances here and there on Cupid's side. They just all become so much more valuable with each mountain drake, especially Hoarder, who has been looking really good on the Mbessa outside of lane phase. Even just the armor he's gotten from Death's Dance and from the plated steel caps with 3 to 4 mountain drakes, it's just looking so much more painful there, Mark. So
yeah,
Conviction's focus gotta be on that bottom side.
I'm genuinely surprised at how much Conviction has been able to actually take up in terms of space, despite being massively behind in gold. When you look at where the gold is being allocated, a majority of it is both on mobility and music, but yet their counterparts feel like they are still being somewhat effective in terms of damage. Cody's Son down a full item, and yet True Shot Barrage and Mystic Shots is racking up a considerable amount of poke, and Tomio is playing Jarvan, so at the very least, even if he can't put out the same amount of damage as music, he's just got to lock him up. He's got to find the CC onto the right targets so that the rest of his damage dealers who actually have the damage to try and finish off once he picks off.
Yeah. The two main reasons for that, just really quickly, is just, again, the range that Conviction are working with, and the fact that Insanity, now that he's maxed out that Syndra passive and the Death Cap, he is actually in a very strong position. One good Scatter of the Week combo with his team can insta-kill a target, so I think they're just respecting that.
Tomio caught by the public execution, not the ideal target from Hoarder, which is why Breezy did not immediately spring a flash follow-up. Just trying to see if they can bait out any important summoner spells and cooldowns from Conviction's side. A lot of poise and a lot of respect still being paid by Cupid towards Conviction, despite this massive gold advantage. It's so crazy, because in other games of the regular season and throughout NACL, whenever we see a team with a 10k gold lead, you just see them full court press and just threatening to end the game without Baron buff. But it's not the case. Conviction, even with this kind of circumstance, with this deficit, they are still a scary enough team that they cannot be disrespected, and Cupid is ensuring that they do not fall to that mistake.
Yeah, part of it too is that Conviction are really only doing the bare minimum in terms of pushing out their side waves. It's just that very common strategy of doing pushing out their sides and then getting together mid. And I think that being together as 5 and some of the comp advantages we talked about is why Cupid is paying this respect. The downside is Conviction, you hemorrhage more gold doing so because you're leaving a lot on the table in terms of a farm, but we're at 10k already, so I think they just find it more valuable, especially because if they find a pick or a successful fight because they grouped as 5, really that's their way back into the game, more so than pushing these side lanes out far.
Decent Scatter of the Week onto mobility. Still has Flash Exhaust and Zhonya's available. Last time that he was threatened, it was a great Locket Shield and Stasis that saved his life from being picked off here. Constant battles for Control Ward Vision in this Baron Pit has been the name of the game for the past 3-4 minutes ever since the second Baron spawned on Summoner's Rift, and Tomio now going to get in and completely snuff out the vision from Cupid yet again. But this time, in 2.5 minutes, it's not just Mountain Soul again for Conviction, but it's Mountain Soul possibility for Cupid as well.
That's right, Mountain Soul no matter what. And something Conviction really have to pay respect towards. I think another advantage that Cupid have over Conviction that we haven't mentioned is the Baron take. Conviction's Baron take is really not very good. And unfortunately for them, Cupid's is great. We're talking Cass and Kaisa, especially this late into the game. These Barons melt. And that's unfortunately something Conviction really need to be mindful of. But they can't really do the same in those positions. Instead, it's this. Fish for poke. Fish for Scatter of the Week until you find #the 1 mark. Because that's going to be that difference maker there. You kill ABO, you kill mobility, preferably mobility. And suddenly, we can have a conversation about fighting.
Conviction's carries have been able to farm up enough to get to their 3rd and 4th item spikes here. for Sniper, Endless Hunger, and a Hex Drinker for extra magic damage resistance. And Cody's Sun now on his 4th with a Shojin. Baron has been started up by Cupid. Freeze frame. Oh no. Thank goodness the Baron got turned away by Cupid, and the fight did not break out.
That's right. It's just a bit of, threatening, a little bit of dancing. At least an opportunity for Conviction to get a little more push here. Maybe they make this play on to ABO, especially with Miasma down, but instead... Oh, hold on. Okay, he finishes the back. So back done. Conviction going to move their attention towards that bottom side. Getting to an objective first, because of the poke and because of the fishing they have, is good for them, but you still have to respect Hoarder's public execution and Breezy's flash engage. Those two things, you allow them to close the gap, you insta lose. There's no question about it.
Yep. Deep breaths, everyone. Conviction have tried their best to avoid a fight for the entire game, and in this case, their series for the past 15 minutes. They can't avoid it any longer. Cupid will be contending for this Mountain Soul, and it'll be everything on the line for it. Breezy Flash Magnet Storm Engage! Insanity is popped! Mobility instantly onto the back line, and here comes the GA from Tomio. Only will delay the inevitable unless the Cataclysm Flash combo allows him to escape danger. Survives for now, but the Mountain Soul is secured for Cupid.
There it is. 4 Mountain Dragons and a Mountain Soul. The poke just got, oh my god, so devalued for Conviction, which feels even worse. Now the fishing that they've been doing, the one angle they had to maybe win it out, Mark, is now gone with the Mountain Soul. Their poke is ineffective, and now Cupid very easily and quickly going to move over to take this Baron. This gold lead continues. This advantage only grows.
This is going to be a little late beatdown, but you know what I just realized? Today is Breezy's birthday. And what
really?
Hell of a pick to make on your special day of the year. Being able to identify probably the biggest problem maker on the side of Conviction for Cupid Esports, obliterating them from the fight. Now Mountain Soul has been secured, and Zyko could be next on the chopping block. Flash is available.
He's fine.
Flash is gone.
It's pretty bad. Not the flash taunt you usually hope for as a Shen, but it's necessary with this kind of gold advantage. And now we're seeing Conviction just play the expected 4-1 with Hoarder in the mid lane. With this Baron buff, 4 Mountain Dragons and that Soul. Conviction, it's hard. Really, you have to play for numbers, but Hoarder, of course, is just going to pull them, run away, and as soon as they focus, he's going to go back into the mid lane. It's just the simple yo-yo that Conviction have no choice but to follow.
Insanity still trying to fish for these Scatter the Weak stuns in the face of a Mountain Soul. Public execution, not going to connect. Scatter the Weak onto 1. Mobility! Whoa!
What?
Just flew right in and popped Insanity yet again!
That is ridiculous. I mean, Mark, I think the series is over, man. Cupid are pushing through. Conviction don't have a leg to stand on, and they don't have a mid laner either.
Sniper using the ultimate, trying to at least put the fear of God into Cupid's eyes, but these are the gods of love. So Conviction have nothing on them. Both of the Nexus turrets falling, and Cupid are going to waste away Conviction's chances in the upper bracket. They'll send them into the lower bracket as Cupid advance into our next round of playoffs.
And it was a little slower than expected, but I think it's fair to still call it decisive, Mark. Cupid still playing like that team that finished second place into that regular split, and they've kicked it up a notch, really showing us that they can contend with NRG, and if they meet again, that series may not go like it did the last time.
not only do Cupid Esports maintain their form and their dominance that they showed so consistently in the regular season, but also in the face of a conviction that many will have the superstition and the belief that they're going to start turning up in playoffs, as Insanity and Tomio teams tend to do from their past splits in the NACL. Well, it didn't happen in the upper bracket. So for Conviction, if they want to show that resurgence, it's going to happen. It's going to have to happen in the lower bracket from now on. But Cupid Esports, incredible back-to-back wins, consistently finding great advantages in the early mid-game, being able to deflect and not allow any of the attempts from Conviction to snowball the game actually flourish. And also, as we mentioned before, this was something that we touched upon during the regular season, but, you know, must mean a lot for Breezy, who, after being let go from the team of Conviction in the spring split, having a chip on his shoulder to show them what's up, well, he was finding so many insane engages on the Rel in Game 2 here.
I agree. I think it was a really good series for him to show out. I think it was a great series from the bot lane of Cupid overall. Everyone played well, but I think from laning to fighting, Mobility and Breezy, especially Mobility, he just had a monster of a series. And I mean, I can't say that enough. Like, the Xayah game was crazy. The Kai'Sa game was a little slower, but also crazy. That last kill at the end, you know, just to remind us.
The other thing I want to say before we bring up our MVP is that I think Music had really great back-to-back games of being able to diffuse a lot of the win conditions early from Conviction, finding attacks onto Sniper in particular. But towards the end of the late game, in both games, I think Mobility just clutched up insanely hard, which is why we are giving him the MVP for the series. The most important fight of Game 1, as you called out, beatdown in that Xayah performance, being able to clean up the rest of the carries despite Sniper ravaging through some of the other pivotal carries in that fight. And then on the Kai'Sa, was attacked earlier on, and Cody stunned Zyko, and Tomio did put a bit of a bump in his ability to farm up into the game, but once again endured the storm. And then once he started hitting the breakpoints on his Kai'Sa, he was putting so much pressure onto the rest of Conviction and just identified every single moment when to play safe, when to dive in, and when to go for the kill. And we know that normally the Mobility has given banter about who deserves MVP in on their team's wins, but I think this time it really could have been a lot of members on Cupid. And when he finds out that he gets MVP, we'll see whether he is humble, like, nah, it shouldn't have been me, or it would have been like, of course it was me. we'll see.
I hope it's the latter.
Yeah,
I hope it's the latter. I think the only thing, yeah,
no, you're right. It's always fun to see Mobility talk his split, you know, and be able to get at least both talk the talk and walk the walk when it comes to gameplay.
Yeah, I think he's really grown over the years, and that's been really fun to see, because he's always been a confident player, but for him to really grow to the point he has this year, even last split on Winthrop, I think this has just been a monumental year for him as a player. And on today's MVP performance, I mean, I'll just summarize it saying this: there was only one fight that entire series where Mobility didn't dominate, and that fight wasn't his fault. Bro's him. He's Himmy Turner.
Himmy Turner. Timothy Chalamet, one might say, as well.
Him Duncan.
I can't think of another Tim name.
Him Jones. Himmy Neutron? Did we say Himmy Neutron?
Oh, yeah. Himmy Neutron is a good one, too.
Himmy Neutron, yeah. There's a lot of him, man.
Yeah. But you're absolutely right. I think he was deathless in the Xayah game, and then, like you said, the one time he died on the Kai'Sa in this game, well, he had no sums, and Conviction forced a dive, and they used like double flashes to make that happen. So makes sense. And it's the cooler story about it continuing forward for Mobility is this is his first split that is not attached to Winthrop University. And we always ask the question, what is Mobility going to look like when he's on a team that isn't 50-50 like the Winthrop Eagles have been over the course of the past 2 years? Because we talked about how sometimes that roster would look good and competitive, at least definitely for CELO standards, but would always fall behind either Ole Miss last year or this case, Maryville University as well, right? Always kind of the second place or third place. They got super close with this Winthrop University roster in spring, but not enough to close the distance, at least in CELO finals. But now Mobility on a team that is built for success, and he proves why he deserves to be there. But we got to talk to one of the winning members from Cupid Esports, and it's the man with the insane rel engages, aka Birthday Boy. Bring on Breezy into our interview booth. First of all, happy birthday from the behalf of us and the broadcast staff and crew. Not a bad way to celebrate your birthday, being able to get the 2-0 on Conviction there.
Yeah, that definitely felt good. Thank you, appreciate it. I'm also a little sick right now, so pardon my voice.
Oh, no, you're totally fine. I'm sorry that you're sick, but
okay.
I mean, you were sick with the engages, so at least that kind of adds up to it as well.
True.
Talk to me through this series. Obviously, it's into Conviction, your old team, but where was the focus in the preparation for you guys going into your first round of playoffs?
I think the biggest thing that we were focusing on this week in scrims and after our matches like the past 2 weeks, we really were just focused on taking good fights and making sure we're not like fighting down numbers, trying to outplay, just making sure we're doing things as a team and fighting as a team and not just fighting everything for fun. As you see, these games were like pretty slow, so maybe we could probably fight a little bit more, but we were just really making sure we're calculated about how our fights, and like we know we're all great players. We're all gonna have like landing advantages. It's just play together as a team, make good plans, and we'll be able to win.
Yeah. I'm just curious, do you guys know how much gold you guys were ahead in game 2?
Yeah, we heard after the game that we were up like 15k for 10 minutes straight. So,
but I can respect how much respect you guys were putting towards Conviction and not wanting to just carelessly throw your lead away. And obviously the focus from you guys of making sure you were always fighting with numbers and always trying to stay together as a team paid through in even if it was a slower game, it was a clean series from you guys.
Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, it was like we wanted to hit like that whole like 10-15 minutes. We're so far ahead. We wanted to pull Baron and hit it, but like it felt so hard because there was like one, it's the Hunter Baron, the one that just one-shots your whole team. And then two, like we felt like our comp like outscales them really hard. So like there wasn't like too much pressure. Like we must get this Baron or we're gonna get outscaled. Like so we were kind of playing slow, like kind of looking for our angles. Like we probably could have been a little bit more creative to find angles and close it out. But like we felt really comfortable the whole game, you know.
I don't take any fault in any of the logic there. I think you guys made the right decisions, and obviously going into next week, if you feel like, you know what, let's try and close out games faster, that can be the next building block in your run to finals and to LCS. But one more thing that I want to ask from you is, for this team, when you guys are coordinating and talking through like your win conditions and how to not give the lead back over to the team, who is leading a lot of those discussions? Is it you and Music mostly? Is everyone kind of getting their fair share of voices in? What's the allocation there?
Usually there's a lot of voices on our team, honestly. Like everyone has a very loud voice, which is like something we've been working on. But it felt like today specifically, like everyone said their pieces that they needed to say. Then like usually how it goes is like the people with the tools, the people with the engage are gonna talk the most. So like in this final game it was mostly like me, Music, and like Hoarder. Like we have a lot of tools to go forward, right? So we're like just coming a lot to try to make plans and engage. But overall everyone has a really strong voice on this team, and yeah.
Fair enough, and I think we got to see how that came to fruition here on Summoner's Rift today. Again, congrats on the 2-0. Before I let you go, Breezy, any last words or shout-outs you'd like to give here on the broadcast?
Yeah, just shout out to my team and Bach and Crankshake and the owner Itlog. It's been a pleasure playing on this team. Probably the most fun I've had on a team maybe my whole career. and really enjoy playing with all 5 of these players. Shout out to friends, family, and also shout out Conviction for kicking me so I can play on this team now.
Convictions lost, baby.
Yeah.
Breezy, congrats again. Hope you were able to spend the rest of your birthday not feeling nearly as sick, or able to find other ways to ride out your special day. Thank you again for coming on to the interview.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Always nice talking to you guys.
Hell yeah.
Just want to add to what you said, Mark. You said it was Convictions loss. It was literally Convictions loss today.
Yeah.
Just, something to think on.
There was no stuttering to be had in that phrase.
No, sir.
And Conviction now have to pay the reparations of their decision going into summer. Now, with a potential run through the lower bracket. And we'll see how well that pays off. But for us, it's time to continue on to our final series of the day. Maryville University taking on Dorado Gaming, another upper round bracket playoff series. This is another best of 3, so we'll see how well this one pans out. And as we get right into the rosters for both teams today, actually, before we get into rosters, my bad, Beatdown. We still have our Game Face interview, so go ahead and welcome on in the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Niles, into the interview booth.
Thank you very much, Mark, and welcome, Niles. Thank you for joining us yet again.
Hey.
So, just getting right into it, I think the question that a lot of us had on our minds, looking at the roster throughout the split is like, oh, Yuji's not around. Where's he at? And even today, we know you're playing it out in the jungle. So I'm just going to go ahead and ask, is he coming back? Or is this the roster we're looking at for the rest of the split? Can you say? Is there some secret third thing?
No, I can say Yuji's flight gets in the night of the 26th. So if we win today, then this will be it for me, and then the Yuji native will be back for all the future matches.
Yeah, that's right. Because if you guys lose, you'll be playing sooner. But
That's
fair
right.
enough. Okay, so there, you heard it here first, guys. Yuji's coming back. He's still alive. He's still around.
He's still at the corner store for the cigarettes.
Yes, that's right. But he's actually going to come back before we turn 18.
Right.
So then I got to imagine it's been, a bit of a shaky split for you guys getting to this point. You still qualify for playoffs. You are, wearing multiple hats, coaching and playing. Can you talk about now that, the split is over, we're into playoffs, that balancing act you had to do and the team had to do with this roster shakeup?
Yeah. I think, being a player previously, it's easy for me to switch, but it is a big switch being a coach and a player. Like, the guys notice the difference as well, like trialing different people and then making the decision for me to play. It's sort of like, as a player, especially if you're in draft, you're way less forceful with your opinions. And it's kind of weird if I'm like, if I'm a coach, I'm going to be like, no, you're picking this. I don't care. Like, go luck, have fun, you know? But like, as a player, you don't really do that, So there aren't as many like strong voices, especially like in review and in draft, because it just makes things weird. I think it messes up the dynamic. So I think whenever I don't think it's wearing multiple hats. I think it's taking one hat off and putting on another hat, if that makes sense. Yeah.
So really, in all elements, you are, the jungler Niles,
right?
For the sake of this split in your time, and then if your next game Yuji's back, player hat off, coach hat on.
Right.
You're playing this. Good luck, have fun.
Yes, definitely, exactly.
Exactly. Okay, that makes sense, and I appreciate that perspective. I'm curious too. How's it been for, you just coming back as a player in a different role, and I think the team having to, play with their coach suddenly in this situation? Has there been any difficulties there? Because I know you say you switch hats, but I wonder if that impression of, this is Coach Niles, lingers.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a weird situation. I think we've made it work really well, honestly, though, to be honest. And I guess we'll see how we can do today, but I've definitely learned so much over the past month, just like playing jungle and solo queue, like being challenger. I think it's going to help me a lot in the future to coach junglers, just like understand more of their perspective. So I'm thankful for the opportunity, and hopefully we'll get to win today and say goodbye to me.
Well, we'll see. I wish you luck in that regard. So I'm curious too now, talking about Dorado Gaming, your opponents today. I personally have never heard your impression of them, but I mean, considering expectations and stuff, what do you think of them? Not just as your opponents, but of the split that they've had, because it's been very interesting.
Yeah, I think that they're definitely a team that likes to generate a lot of ideas in the game. You can see it. They're always talking about like what they can do and trying to connect together. So I think it's definitely a team where it's like the sum is greater than the parts, I would say. Like the way that they play together. I think a lot of their series is about like how do jungle, mid, and support play together and like making plays across the map and these types of things. So I have a lot of respect for those guys. I think they're obviously like trying their hardest and they're getting better at the game together. So yeah, a lot of respect for those guys.
Awesome. Really good to hear your perspective, Niles, as always. And I mean, you've been here before, you know the drill. Before we let you go, you have any shout outs? Is there anything you want to say?
Yeah, just shout out to, first of all, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Shout out to my beautiful wife, as I've been playing a lot of late night solo queue. Thank you so much. And yeah, shout out to my family and the guys here. Let's get this dub today. And yeah, let's go.
Awesome. You love to hear it. Thank you so much for taking the time, Niles. We'll let you go. I wish you luck in your series today.
Thank you.
Love the shout out to the wife, because Coach has got to get those reps back in and play with the boys, until Yuji gets back in. And, it really does remind me of the meme of like, babe, come back to bed. It's like, not now. I need to get back to Challenger. It's
like, not now. I need to get this Respawn Raptors.
But jokes aside, I love, obviously, that Niles wants to make sure that he is giving his team the best possible shot of being able to continue while Yuji is gone. But we got to start talking rosters here. Dorado Gaming, first team up on the Rift here. Decoy, Lojaz, Adam Hub, and Redemption. Looks like he's back in for today. Shout out to Inflame for being able to play for the majority of the season. Just heads up, y'all. Inflame is going to be leading our Rookie of the Split.
I mean, I'd be surprised if he didn't win.
Conversations here, for at least from a majority of us on the broadcast. Actually, no, not Redemption, sorry. It's Inflame, which is...
okay. I was going to say, because their manager said Inflame was playing the rest of the split, so I was kind of just like, wait, what? They lied? But I wasn't going to say that. But now that we know...
I got baited.
It's not your fault. It's okay. It happens to the best of us.
It's okay. Inflame, hell of a split to come in on a roster. First of all, that as we talked about with Niles in the interview, a lot of people, in terms of expectations, did not have them performing nearly as well as they did, not just for Summer Split, but also low-key from Spring Split. This was a team that, with 4/5 of this roster, were expected to finish 9th or 10th. They didn't just escape 9th and 10th promotion relegation stakes. They almost were very close to clinching playoffs in that spring split. And now this time around, they were able to not only clinch playoffs, they did so decisively as the second best team in their group with a 4-1 series record. That is just freaking awesome. Yeah, there's no other way to put it.
Yeah, it's been great. And it's very interesting too, because we talked to their coach during the last week of the regular split last week, and they had talked about one of the interesting things when you're a team like that. Yeah, they defied expectations somewhat by almost making it to playoffs last split, but this split, it has just been incredible stuff from this Dorado Gaming roster. And he talked about the pressure that they're under, because it's easy to play, practice, and improve when everybody thinks, you guys suck. You're going to be like last place. You'll be lucky to not relegate. So there's no like expectations on you. But when you're starting to beat teams that we rank higher than they were, and time again, mind you, there really does add that weight on top of everything else that they're dealing with, especially for these players who, don't have as much experience, or the experience they have are on low finishing teams. That is a new element that they have to deal with, and I'm really hoping they'll be able to rise to that occasion here in playoffs, because it's been an exciting team to watch, but we'll have to see. It could go either way.
Yep, and what better way to then test that strength and that pressure by going up against a team that normally is expected to be one of our favorites here in NACL, but is on more of a backs against the wall kind of scenario, as Niles told us if they can win this series, it will be his last series in the jungle role, subbing in instead of just being the coach for the team, alongside Crimson, Aljun, Scary Jerry, and Obstinatus. And while we acknowledge that this roster is in a bit of a rebuild transition phase, with Aljun coming in over the tenured spot of Spyrax over the past few years, and Crimson being able to effectively win out the starting spot in top lane, Scary Jerry is a player that we expect, quite frankly, better performances out of, especially during the laning phase, which is where he has built a lot of his credibility and his strength over the years. This guy is a monster normally in laning phases and just comes out the gate after 15 minutes with 1.5k to 2k gold leads naturally. But he and Obstinatus as a laning duo have been very, very, I think disappointing is the best word I can say. And obviously, they're not using the same roster lineup as they normally do, but they're just straight up losing a lot of these lanes by themselves. And that's just not something that we expect out of this duo, especially how strong their spring split was. But to shift our conversations to a different part of the map for our face-to-face interview presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade, it's actually the top lane that we're quite excited about going into this series beatdown, because Crimson has been probably the most consistent performer out of MU's somewhat turbulent summer split, and Decoy, a very, very pleasant surprise, going from a spring split where part of the reason why Dorado's coach...
Just say it. He sucks,
okay,
man.
Now, here's
past
the caveat.
tense.
Here's
Past
the caveat.
tense.
The laning phase sucked.
Yeah.
Upon further review, especially with Cubby leading a lot of the discussions, he made great note that his TPs and his side lane play and his wave state management was actually quite good. It's just you can never get a chance to demonstrate those strengths because the laning phase was so catastrophic. But now he's gotten way much better as a laner. He's holding himself to a better degree of standard in these laning phases, and it allows him to actually flourish and be able to pull off a lot of those strengths that we rarely get to see out of a player like Decoy.
Oh, that's fair. I think those strengths outside of the lane phase are definitely more present this time around. And and the reason I'm okay being like he wasn't, very good or he sucked is because he's good now. And I'm always happy. I'm always happy to see players who I don't think much of surprise me. I've said it over and over again on the broadcast. Decoy is just the latest in a long line of pleasant surprises, and is part of the reason we praise Dorado Gaming so much for that mid to late game, because of how well he manages waves, because of how well he uses his TP, plays out the side lane, and is just able to be this stable force on the map for Dorado Gaming to allow them to close out games.
We're already hopping into picks and bans. Victor, first pickup for Dorado Gaming, which I'm not gonna lie, beat down. That's not a common first pick priority that we see in the metagame.
No, it's not.
Especially compared to all the other mages that normally are being fought over, like Orianna, Ryze, Cassiopeia. That's just crazy. But MU are gonna go for a tried classic, giving Scary Jerry Lucian to see if he can get that propelled laning phase off to the right start, and Vi as an answer. But immediately Dorado Gaming see the Vi and say, well, what if we just make your ultimate useless by slamming Xayah and Rakan?
Yeah, and plus you're expecting that Lucian Milio, as that pairing is so common too. So Xayah, Rakan, just uniquely good into double range. Yeah, you get pushed out, but that threat of engage and turning things around is always there with that grand entrance. So makes sense. As, of course, naturally, Obstinatus will still lock in that Milio. Still, I will say there are still options for Niles to use up that cease and desist. But I think my immediate thought is, especially with Mbessa out of the picture, first rotation ban, MU, they need more dive buddies. Niles going in by himself into Victor Xayah, that's pretty terrible. I don't like that.
Yeah. Wukong taken off the table in terms of jungle picks for low jazz, just trying to find any junglers that would be great methods of engage and team fighting utility for the side of Dorado. Next best option, I imagine, would probably be, if you're just looking at what the current fighter landscape is. We talk a lot about Jarvan being top of the tables here, or even Lee Sin, but I like the Poppy ban. Just a lot of mobility on both Vi and Lucian already, and Poppy would put, quite frankly, a big halt to that.
Yeah, and I expect Dorado, they really want to hit Aojun, also ban away the Talia, just to remove another really strong pairing with the Vi. Okay, so Syndra kind of works. Not what we typically see, but kind of sort of in that same vein. I'm curious if they're okay with Talia and are willing to see if Aojun's willing to pick that up. I will say they may have a range problem with Lucian and Talia. So I'm liking the Anivia a lot better.
The Anivia, even though it doesn't give you better range, it at least helps you control mid-range even better, at the very least, so that if Dorado steps into Maryville's space, then at least you'll have Glacial Storm, you'll have Crystallized Walls to slow them down, if not separate them from the rest of the team. Dorado immediately pick up the blind Rumble for Decoy, so now Crimson will have his choice of a counter pick.
What is it going to be? Is that last pick. Jungle till the very end doesn't typically fall in priority.
Nice.
I think just wanting to prioritize other strong picks, particularly strong blinds. They were pretty comfortable leaving Xin until the very end. Plus, it's game 1, Mark. So, like, are you really banning away all the S-tier junglers? Of course not.
You won't be able to, especially... they got pretty close. There was no Pantheon, there was no Nocturne. And unfortunately for Crimson, even though this would have been a great Olaf angle, it was one of the very first bans from Dorado. So, Cassante sometimes can feel a bit bitter to just lock in a tank as your R5, but this is at least one way to try and weather through the matchup and then get a lead over Decoy later on as you just build a ton of MR, and the physical damage that'll be coming in from Lojaz and Hub won't have to be something that you worry about immediately until later on in the stages of the game. So we'll see if this Cassante pick gets a lot of value for Maryville and being an effective front line, as it is really the only real tank champion that will be hitting Summoner's Rift in our first game of this series.
Yeah, I will say, not the dive partner I was really expecting, but Crimson will be able to fill that role well enough. Immediate concern that I do want to flag is, of course, we already talked about range being a bit of an issue there for MU, but I think the other thing is that I think Dorado's comp is not so easy to dive into. I mean, for one thing, you have Rakan ult. It works even better if they're running into you, so you're going to very easily get the touch and the charm, but you have the Crescent Guard that lets you break up fights. Of course, Xayah has the Featherstorm to keep herself untouchable, untargetable, and just safe in these instances. So even the Victor Gravity Field is something Adam should be able to use to great effect. I think MU, especially as time goes on, when we get to 5v5s, they might have some trouble.
Yeah. Beatdown, I'm already seeing a trend. It'll come down to whether Dorado Gaming wins this game or not, but if they come away with the first game win off of this composition, I think Zion Rakan...
Lucian sucks, agreed.
Yep, you've already read my mind. It's like, guys, this Lucian Melio champ lane is just no longer getting the value that it normally did. And also just being able to pick away the Vi for MU, which would have denied a easy access to a mobile champion like Lucian. The price for that is then just getting answered by Xayah and Rakan, which is Vi's worst nightmare. Niall's trying to look for an early invade off a blue buff, but spotted by that Lime Brush ward. So Lojaz, who is already on the invade path on the top side, now knows if he collapses fast enough, Niall's won't be able to get any more versus just a Raptor camp.
That's right. Adam has enough pressure to hide this interaction as well. He's going to be able to go. They think that he might be working on his Krugs or something else, but Niles is about to have a very dangerous meeting with a Xin who already has a red buff.
Lojaz will thank Niles for the leash, and as we have discussed many times in the past beatdown, we love Vi, we love the utility that she gets. Unfortunately, before level 3, she kind of sucks at dueling early on.
Honestly, it kind of made me wonder, about the Wukong ban. Because if we just talk about like individuals, Vi kind of feels okay, no? But, regardless, you have a pause. Very sad. Such is life. We were having it too good today, Mark, with no pauses. So the league gods were like, hey. Oh, hey.
Oh, hey.
Oh. Good times.
Hopefully we can get out of this pause ASAP. But I mean, you're not necessarily wrong. Beat down the Vi one-on-one ability to shred max percentage HP is something that at least
And
pays
armor.
dividends for and armor. Yes, pays dividends when it comes to soloing neutral objectives. My only thing about early on in the jungle is that until you get 3 levels, you don't have ways to expedite how many procs of the
Of the
proc
passive.
of the passive,
And,
right?
oh, okay. Yeah,
Your Q adds a proc. Your E is also not only a proc but also an auto reset, which I think really helps. But you need all 3. Whereas Xin Zhao, in that moment where he's already taking a lot of damage from red buff and he just walks in, it's that moment is just tough. It's tough. And if he doesn't have Q, which I'm assuming he took E to like really clear his jungle faster, then
Oh, true.
then you were forced to flash over the wall in that scenario. So it's just, very, very difficult for Vi. And you have to pick and choose, like, okay, if they are invading me, then I might need Q for the mobility and to be able to get out over the wall. But then that means I don't have my auto reset, which helps a lot with just overall camp clearing ability, especially on single targets or the potential one-on-one dueling. So,
Yeah.
God, I love our nerd outs in between
I
segments
know.
and breaks. Yeah, it's just
The other thing too is that I think that early ward. I think all this to say that early ward from Dorado was great.
Yeah.
Just because you saw the invade happen, and as you called out, they told him like, "Oh, hey, Niles is here. You should stop that."
Yeah, Lojaz takes the red buff from Niles and immediately says, "You can't have my red buff either." So Niles forced to retreat to his own quadrant, which at the end of the day, both Lojaz and Niles are going to be completing camps at a similar rate and will both arrive at the same level around the same time as well. It just feels bad for Niles because, as any jungler will tell you, no red buff makes you a little sad because your ability to threaten damage and gank ability without the slow, without the extra true damage burn on top of it, it just means less likely that things are going to swing in your favor.
And for Lojaz, refreshing his red buff means he can do it just a little bit longer. And not only that, he knows the timing of that Raptors camp, so he's also in the area. But I think is he choosing a mid gank? Aljun's very low.
Misses the timer on the Raptor spawn, so Niles able to complete that. And so far, Niles, because he is just clearing his own jungle rather than being the aggressor that Lojaz is trying to be, he's winning out just barely on being able to complete his camps faster. So the best that Lojaz can settle with is, after checking for the second Raptor respawn, takes the top crab, denies some vision away from Niles, but Niles already hit level 4, and he's got bot camps respawning in the next minute, so take a stroll on over, pick up that crab, return to his respawn camps. So for all purposes, MU are totally fine, at least from their jungler being able to smoothly hit level 6 in not even a super decelerated fashion. It'll be around a similar time. The real question is, as we get back to what the draft kind of entailed for us, is can MU snowball this bot lane? Because that has been the big ask from Scary Jerry and Obstinatus as two of the returning players for this MU roster.
Yeah, I think so far the laning has been pretty good. They've been able to get a lot of good HP trades. I think forcing this awkward back timer feels pretty bad. In fact, they have to stay, otherwise they stand losing even more. At the moment, before this wave crashes. Scary Jerry's already almost 15 CS up. And a plate. So this is the kind of advantage that we typically want to see from a Scary Jerry bot lane, and something we haven't seen as much. You called it disappointing. I think that was very fair, Mark, to say. So it is nice to see at least somewhat of an advantage this time around here, their first playoff match, and they just need to keep doing that.
So far, 10 CS lead. Not bad to have for this setup. Aljun potentially in trouble. Adam throws down the Arcane Storm. Low Jazz cannot get in range to further threaten Aljun's health bar here, so won't be forced to pop the egg. However, because of the pressure in mid lane, Low Jazz says, hey, Inflame, you're around. Do you want to take these Raptors together and hold hands, potentially?
Yeah. I actually think, though we haven't been able to watch a whole lot of mid in terms of the actual camera, I just think Adam must be laning really well, because he had already forced Aljun to back, use TP. Then he crashed a wave and was able to TP himself, get himself in this strong position where he's able to keep this pressure onto him in the mid lane. I think that's what allowed for that Raptors camp to be taken. Of course, the response for MU is that first dragon. We talk about snowballing. Drake stacking is the perfect way, tried and true, to be able to do so. That's another step in MU's favor.
Yep. And the very nice thing for it is that if you're going to have a Vi, thankfully, you also have at least a winning side lane adjacent to that dragon. And in this case, it is Scary Jerry and Obstinatus who had the pressure, so Vi was completely safe in being able to solo that out. The price is obviously an extra camp going into Low Jazz's favor, but as we talked about earlier, Niles was still able to pick up a majority of his camps without further invades from Low Jazz, so he was still totally fine on the curve. But the big question is, will there be a visit from Dorado in the mid lane now that Aljun's passive has been burned?
That's the question. He still has Splash, so I'm not sure how successful that will be. I think the pressure is just enough to allow Adam to try to keep pressuring him, and it's just going to be more invading from Low Jazz. Just continuously, he's taking the second red buff there away from Niles before recalling, as we just have more vertical jungling here. I think this honestly favors Maryville. Splitting the map in this way just gives Scary Jerry and Obstinatus, you know, more of the ability to do exactly what we're seeing. Just pressure them, get this lead that continues to grow, and maybe even set up for a kill.
Guarantees no interference from Low Jazz and being able to bail out their bot lane from this lane state at the moment. Scary Jerry now more than 20 CS ahead of the matchup. Solid 300 gold advantage because of that. All out from Crimson onto Decoy, forcing him to flash back to safety. Still has the equalizer in case he needs it for the next minion wave.
Yeah, with Niles on the other side of the map, not in any more danger, but props to Crimson for forcing that one out. Could be potential for solo Bolo when that ult is back up if Decoy isn't careful. Or dive opportunity if Niles is so inclined. Cease and desist, very powerful tool for dives, especially flashless targets. So I do want to see what Niles is going to be looking to focus on.
TP coming in from Inflame, just so he can get to the grubs that much
Ooh,
faster.
Respect.
I love that.
It's level
Before
6
anyone
too.
panics, he's got Unsealed Spellbook, so it's
Oh,
okay.
yeah. Yeah. Dorado, very easily going to collect all 3 grubs. I think that is going to work out for them very nicely. Siege potential is already there. This just makes it that much stronger. So the only thing really to be looking forward to on the other side is that next dragon mark. MU got the first one pretty early. Infernal Dragon is the one coming up. Will MU be able to keep this advantage they have in the bot side, keep this pressure up to be able to set something up? I think getting the Featherstorm out is actually pretty monumental. Niles is in the area, so what do we think? Dive? I know we're cons level 6, but I want some action. Oh, hold on. Look at Aljun.
Oh, he's moving too. Okay, if the bird is involved, I would love it. All right, Niles trying to sneak around vision. Unfortunately, there's a line brush ward again, so they're just playing for Raptors at the moment. Featherstorm is not going to be up for quite some time, so Maryville still have a window, though, but they're getting aggressive on Adam, forcing the Victor to flash away. Lojaz will try and contest for these chickens, but he's got Melio coming up. Rakan trying to answer as well, so support combat is in the midst of this jungle. Inflame has first move, but cease and desist onto a flashless Adam. Algin punted away by a great ultimate from Lojaz. That was just a beautiful Xin Zhao play. Algin at the very least cleans a 1-for-1 onto Adam, but man, Lojaz, it's his year, baby.
Yeah, that was a nasty Crescent Guard to be able to break up that fight a little bit. So it does end up being that 1-for-1. But ultimately, I think for Dorado Gaming, again, we talk about scaling 1-for-1. That's great, Mark. Going even, you love that. So Maryville, they're hoping for more lopsided trades. Unfortunately, they weren't able to find it there.
Culling comes back off cooldown from Scary Jerry, this time punting it into Inflame's health bar, as he is willing to use his body as a shield so that Hub can still be healthy enough to catch some of these waves here, or at the very least this cannon wave, but Inflame is quite low. Lojaz, however, is going to cover and gets spotted on the control ward. Scary Jerry is exhausted, dodges the grand entrance, and Obsinatus able to use the Breath of Life for additional HP. Niles is now here. Lojaz, remember, no flash from the prior fight. Niles at least will just give some relief over to his bot lane, and Scary Jerry navigating the scenario without burning a single summoner spell.
Yeah, good cover though, I will say, from Lojaz. Really saved this situation here. This could have been very difficult for Hub and Inflame with that wave, pushing away from them. At the end of the day, Jerry will be able to collect it all, and oh, Mark, this CS advantage is becoming pretty nuts. We're looking at 30 CS, several waves in favor of Scary Jerry. Means that back, that's looking pretty good. That's an Essence Reaver in his inventory.
Being able to complete a first item that quickly without any kills or assists is very significant, especially in this bot lane matchup. And now, MU as a whole are starting to collect a lot of first items. Oh, I love this, I love this. I was curious about how many teams were going to be staying up to date on patch notes and how they would affect their first items, as we talked about earlier. Trinity Force back for Vi. No more Thunder Sky. So this Vi is going to be hitting a lot harder than before.
You know, when you were saying that, I was looking at Lojaz and saw the Titanic Hydra, but I'm really happy to see Trinity Force too. I love building that on Vi.
Niles forcing the Featherstorm out of Hub and the Flash. Scary Jerry in a world of trouble, pops only the barrier, maintains his Flash. Lojaz tries to look for the finishing blow, and Scary Jerry is still not that scared. Keeps the Summoner spell, and the rest of Maryville rally behind their star 80 carry, allowing him to sling his guns around, and the rest of Dorado fall by the wayside.
That's the kind of lopsided fight Maryville are looking for at this stage of the game. Really nicely done, and they didn't have to even use all their resources, just the threat of the cease and desist. Unfortunately, Hub panics, has to use that Featherstorm a little early. And it means that he is essentially out of that fight. Nothing else for him to do. So that's the second Drake there for MU, and they're really starting to speed things up.
I am cautiously optimistic about how Scary Jerry has looked in this game one so far. He has yet to use his Flash this entire game because he hasn't needed to. He's been able to sidestep a lot of these skill shots and CCs, and when needed, he'll be able to use his dash instead, but it's just amazing that after all this time, he has not died, he has not used one of his key summoner spells, and is still able to maintain the large CS advantage as well as now gold advantage going into the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, and again, I can't stress how important it is for Maryville here, because we talk about scaling and how late game it's going to be difficult. So Maryville, they needed to make this happen. And already, they've been able to find some success here. And remember, Mark, so far this split, Maryville went ahead at 15 minutes. They always win. So, and they are poised to be in that same situation here today in their first playoff match as well. You talk about how important this win is to stay in the upper bracket, but of course it means, as Niles pointed out in the interview, if they win this series, this is the last MU series without Yuji. He'll be back in time for the next one.
Yep. Be a hell of a way for the Saints to welcome back their star jungler to the roster once again, if they are able to give him the grace of being able to immediately be welcomed into the next series. Oh, Algin was the target, but a great collapse from both Niles and Obsidian might just bail out this Iceberg. However, Niles cannot handle all the damage coming out from Lojaz and Adam just yet. Unless Scary Jerry gets involved. They immediately flash on top of him and look for the cleanse and the grand entrance, but just not enough to stop him from being able to pump out the damage. The culling comes through. Lojaz tanks a majority of it, but it forces Adam and Inflame to look for a base.
That's right. No kills, but the damage has certainly been done. Jerry's going to be able to collect another wave. No turret plates because of the TP, but still another advantage because of Summoner Spells blown. MU just continuously finding advantages here in some of these fights. Adam being a little cheeky, but otherwise, mostly going to walk away bloodless.
Gold lead was somewhat cut down from the side of Maryville University as Scary Jerry did. I'm not sure what happened. He was up ahead by 1.1k gold, and then suddenly Hub closed the distance a lot of it. I'm assuming that...
Good call.
Yeah.
Cull probably helped. Maybe you got turret plates? I don't think the Cull explains all of it.
No. Yeah, I think it had to have been turret plates when Scary Jerry roamed to bot lane, and they didn't... No kills, no assists, right? A lot of time spent farming and maintaining the disparaging lead, so Hub is able to close the distance somewhat. Oh, June?
He's okay.
Got a little concerning there, but I think he has his egg passive back up. So
he does.
Jerry looking with another culling. Hub chunked to about 60% HP. We have third dragon coming up in a minute and 10. Niles quickly making short work of this Rift Herald, so they'll have plenty of set pieces to maintain control of mid-wave in anticipation of this third dragon. Scary Jerry, cleansed by the charm, still yet to have burned the flash. Lojaz throws on the Crescent Guard, but no one from Dorado can get in and bail out their jungler. Maryville University continue to show their dominance. We'll see if they live up to the 100% win rate stat that Beat pointed out earlier today.
That's right, because they finished the early game ahead in gold, even if slightly. But they did, so we'll see if that trend continues. It's a little late, just a tiny bit, for that typical 40-second timer we expect to make it back, but we should be able to make it back relatively on time to get set up for this next dragon. It will be another Mountain Soul, second one of the day. MU was to get their soul point.
Scary Jerry's on 2 items already. Flicker Blades acquired.
That's crazy.
He's making his way towards a third item too. He says, I don't need tier 2 boots. I need more damage.
Yeah,
Respect.
Lucian's one of those champions where really not that serious to have tier 2 boots, so you gotta respect it. And I really like how Jerry's been using his ultimate here on the Lucian. That culling, he is just spamming that on cooldown. For pressure, for space, for damage. If he can trade it for Hub's ult like he did earlier, that's already like ridiculous because one ult is a little more valuable than the other. I'll let you guess which one.
Love the preemptive TP from Crimson to make sure that he is the first one there on this fight. This will guarantee Maryville's presence over the dragon and will put them at soul point, as the rest of Dorado Gaming have already given up on the attempt.
Ooh, Inflame. A little bit of trouble, not able to hit the turret the way they were expecting. Now, we're just getting escorted out into the river. Honestly, not even sure what we're fishing for exactly. They're just going to walk away. But MU are at soul point. That's really the big takeaway here. 2k ahead, and they have a Mountain Soul to play for. So that extra bit of durability from those Mountain Drakes feel especially good when you have a tank. And Crimson, he's going to be loving that one in particular. It's going to make it harder to kill him and easier for him to dive that backline.
And so far, Beatdown, this game 1 is seemingly showing a return to form from the Maryville Saints, as we have expected this collegiate program to boast from many previous splits in both the NACL as well as their runs in CLOL. We know that this roster may be vastly different from the one that got insanely close in prior NACL splits, as well as crowning themselves back-to-back champions in CLOL just this past spring. But right now, Maryville are playing around the most tenured member on this roster and allowing him to continue showing that dominance, as they are currently looking for a dive onto top lane. But Decoy, sniffing it out, says, what if I just kill this wave real quick?
Gotta love Rumble. Able to dodge out dives pretty nicely with that equalizer, but Hub, I don't know if he'll have as easy of a time.
Oh, Hub really wants to hold on to the Featherstorm, will tank his HP bar as a price so that it would not be super easy for Nels to just immediately use the Cease and Desist. Inflame trying to keep his ground as Decoy TP's in, but there's no equalizer on this Rumble, so unless they're in Rumble range, no threat to be had on the Maryville backline. Obstinatus was forced to flash and allows Dorado to get tier 1 in the mid lane. But can Maryville collapse from here? Doesn't look like they will.
No, but Maryville will respond on the top side. Crimson does get a turret. So that is some extra gold on their side. But overall, it's actually going to be 2 on both side lanes. So MU overall still coming out ahead in terms of that gold. And now, yeah, I mean, of course you can.
Oh my goodness!
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, Captain America is back. Niles throwing down the hands on Low Jazz, and without the jungler from Dorado Gaming, Niles is confident enough to just rip this Baron here at 21 minutes.
2.5 items, they think they can tank it, and it's not the Baron that absolutely rips your team to shreds, so they're gonna full send it. What response does Dorado Gaming have? I'll tell you what, none whatsoever. Maryville accelerating this game faster and faster, and this Baron is the next step in that plan.
I like how Scary Jerry was walking away from the Baron. Oh, what just happened?
I think that's why he was walking away.
Oh, he was like, wait, let me get this kill real quick.
What's going on here?
He killed him so fast. Adam might be in trouble next, but Crimson still clips him with the Q3, being able to read the flash beautifully like a book, and Dorado Gaming's whole game plan has collapsed, and Maryville, with their snowball, is starting to come to fruition, and at this point, I don't think it can be stopped.
Oh no, the snowball's getting bigger and bigger, and even if Decoy responds on the other side, it's paltry compared to what MU have gained so far these last 10 minutes mark. And now, 1 minute till Dragon Soul. If Decoy dies here, that just makes it even worse. He's going to walk away, but still, we're 1 minute away. Mountains Dragon that Dorado Gaming can do literally nothing about. And MU, they recognize this advantage. No matter what iteration of this roster, they know how to play with leads, Mark, and they are pressuring Dorado Gaming outside of their jungle. Oh my god, Mark. Also, look at the experience difference between mid and jungle. Just take a second.
That's a pretty big jungle gap. Scary Jerry finally gets to use his flash. Forced to do it in the face of Low Jazz, looking for that 3-talon strike. Comboing it with the rest of his team, but Scary Jerry finally alive.
Oh my god.
Beautiful Vault Breaker flash right onto the dome of Decoy. Maryville University will continue the push with the Baron buff on their side. This tier 2 is no longer for this world.
Cool. And MU just continue pushing this advantage. Didn't even have to use the Cease and Desist. And to make matters worse, Mark, Jerry's hit that critical power spike with the IU. Oh, okay, this is the mid lane play where we saw a Scary Jerry start to walk away. They realized that they got it.
It was mostly Anivia damage, but Obstinatus definitely did have a small contributing factor into the demise of Hub.
I'm doing my part.
07. Obstinatus damage from this Melia looking like TFT Melia right now. Maryville University trying to see if they can get into the pit. Dorado doing the best they can to deny Mountain Soul from being secured, and they do so. But the rest of Maryville are sieging onto the base.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a worthy sacrifice. Let it go.
Lojaz trying to flash forward. Aljun forced to use his own flash. Now is trying to defend his mid laner from Doom. Goes onto the back line. Hub does not go up into the air just yet. Now is now trying to run away for his life.
What?
But a TP from Crimson allows them to trade 1-for-1 onto the junglers. And now Crimson flashing forward, forcing Hub to go into the skies. Tries to reposition with a flash. Is it enough? No! Crimson able to smack him back down to earth. And the rest of Dorado Gaming are on the run, while Scary Jerry is looking to pick up more body bags. Adam will slow down his approach with the Gravity Storm, but for Maryville University, they are right where they want to be, and that's 5K goal ahead.
I will say the shutdown looked like it was becoming something there. Adam did get a huge injection of gold, but otherwise, MU got a lot of what they wanted. They exposed that mid inhibitor. They still picked up a lot of gold in the interim, and they're comfortable trading the soul for that. Why fight when you can just use the threat of it to get everything else that you want, Mark? Not only the expose the mid inhibitor, they took it.
And now Maryville University going to have more pressure down the mid lane with super minions, which will give them better control of the mid wave state, always forcing Dorado to try and answer first. And now Maryville can try and push their vision line deeper into the topside jungle, where we got Baron spawning in the next 2 minutes.
That'll be the second Baron there. MU got an early one. A very early one. And now things are just slowing back down. Still MU getting that pressure onto Dorado's side of the map and just systematically removing remaining tier 2 turret here on that top side. Dorado Gaming just want to slow them as much as possible. That's really all they could do. Slow them down, see if somebody oversteps and try to punish.
Inflame trying to hunt for Scary Jerry. He dashes over the wall. Aljun could be the target, however. Burning down by the Arcane Storm, but he's still got an egg passive. Lojaz dumping all of his damage as fast as possible. Adam throws out a Death Laser, but Crimson is collapsing fast onto the back line. Goes in with the all-out, but cannot burst through Dorado's damage. Maryville just lost their both solo laners, and Dorado are trying to hunt for a way back into this game.
The gold lead has been cut in half. Dorado Gaming, they find a huge angle here. The only reason they need to stop is because, again, the super minions just offering that consistent pressure there into their base with that slow push. So it does slow them down a little bit. There's no Baron just yet, but this is, I think, the beginning of a turnaround there, because that gold lead, it was half. We talked about Dorado Gaming and the scaling options they have. If Hub is able to finish that Infinity Edge before the next major engagement, I will say I think the gold lead then is not as bad as it looks there for Dorado Gaming, because we're really reaching some key breakpoints here for their carries.
Once again, Scary Jerry has yet to purchase tier 2 boots and just trying to prioritize finishing stronger items for more damage and more crit. He is almost at 100% crit chance on this Lucian, and he's been pumping out damage. He has yet to die. He's only burned flash once in this entire game.
Of course, he now has that summoner spell back, so it will be harder for Dorado Gaming to take him down. Otherwise, they earned a lot, but MU still have a bit of an advantage and still maintain somewhat of a control here around this Baron. Now they're just trying to pull away those Farsight wards, just creating a situation where Dorado Gaming have to walk into them. And we talked about the zone control that Anivia offers, and that's exactly what they're trying to force Dorado Gaming to walk into.
Thankfully for Dorado, they were able to get first push on the mid wave, so it occupied Maryville's attention. Lojaz able to secure the crab as a response. Mountain Soul, yet again, is spawning, this time in 30 seconds. Crimson trying to front load a lot of the damage here. Takes about 60%, 40% HP as damage. Coling did some nice work there, though, from Scary Jerry. However, is critically low. Barrier and Flash still available, but now wants to heal up off of a camp. And not sure Scary Jerry is going to be healthy enough to take this fight. Maryville might be forced to give another Mountain Dragon.
Okay. I agree. I think Lucian definitely needs to be backing, and he is. So there's that angle. This tough. I think MU have enough juice to stall things out while Jerry runs back here. Even without the culling, as long as they keep the dragon alive, he is able to do enough. The question is, will Adam, with his positioning, be able to keep him out? Oh, he doesn't see him.
As you call it beatdown, MU stall enough time to get Scary Jerry back into position. Niles is hunting for decoy, cancels the cease and desist by using the stasis, but Dragon fully resets, so Dorado can't punish just yet. They're burning down the Dragon now. Niles doesn't have a way into the pit. Can he get in vision line? Crimson trying to front line. Massive engage from Inflame, but no one can follow up just yet. Decoy flashes in forward. Crimson's the first one to sprawl. Scary Jerry critically low, burning both summoner spells, but still alive, but cannot help his team fight for the Dragon yet again. The Saints looking for another angle to attack now that Dorado are split up from their carries. Lojaz splits up the map once again with the Crescent Guard and forcing MU to kite back forward. Culling comes out from Scary Jerry, but he has to use Niles as a meat shield, and eventually the coach goes down. Dorado Gaming are somehow finding a way back into this game.
Oh, yes, they are, Mark. They're looking to give MU their first loss when they're ahead in the early game. Dorado Gaming, off a nasty engage from Inflame with the quickness, is able to really just completely overpower MU in every sense of the word. Now, that entire advantage MU had, which was looking something like 5,000 gold, it's gone. Now, Dorado Gaming, they're turning their sights onto the Baron. They have a lot of damage to work with, and we still have gray timers on some of MU.
Baron is depleting quite quickly here. Scary Jerry tries to get in, put some pressure down. Lojaz still burning away the Baron. Crimson has TP'd in. They need a way to be able to walk into the pit and force Lojaz off, but I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. Baron secured for Dorado Gaming, and Crimson has been isolated and left to die. The rest of the Saints cannot aid their top laner, and Dorado have finally broken away from the gold deficit, and for the first time this game, lead the gold advantage, as Niles now trying to hunt for Inflame, who seems to be isolated. He's got Lojaz and Adam to escort himself back to safety. Decoy might be in trouble. He's gone.
He's gone. Oh, Hub? Okay, no
cease and desist. So Niles might be in trouble here. GA available, but doesn't want to just waste that so preemptively. The rest of Maryville Saints are going to give respect to the space taken up by Dorado Gaming.
So it's a nice catch on the decoy. They do remove that ability to effectively 1-4 with the Baron, unless they move Adam to the side lane when decoy respawns. I think it really significantly reduces the power of this Baron buff. Still, the gold, the fact that Dorado even things out is still a very cool thing. And it just shows that MU, I'm getting a very concerning premonition for the rest of this game, just how the last 5 minutes have gone, Mark. Dorado Gaming have won fight after fight. They got the Baron. Now, they're already sitting on 2 Mountain Dragons, and I think they're well set up to get a third.
This Baron buff will allow them to take a lot of standing gold, at least on the top side of the map, but they don't continue the push for Tier 2. Going to take their immediate recalls before the rest of the Saints get their collapse in. As you call it, beat down 2 minutes before this next Mountain Dragon. Baron buff will expire a minute beforehand, but might be enough time to set up strong push on this bot wave. Aljun currently correcting the top wave states, so we'll see if Dorado will have a chance to get a push on that before returning to the bottom side of the map for that dragon. Adam gonna get a hover from Inflame to make sure that he can get this wave safely.
Yeah, again, we're seeing consequences of decoy, losing that Baron buff, just not as effective as a Baron push than we may have expected, but still, at least they should be able to threaten and knock down some plates from this tier 2, maybe even the whole turret. Oh,
Lojaz caught by the Q3 of Crimson. Nice, unstoppable with the Pathmaker. GA is going to be used by Lojaz. Can he buy enough time? The Crescent Guard doesn't delay the inevitable. Inflame goes down as well, and Hub is forced to go in the air with the Featherstorm. The rest of Dorado are able to make their retreat, but a brief relief for the side of Maryville University.
Really nice catch out there onto Lojaz. Really rendered him ineffective. Not able to really use his cooldowns well. Not only that, yeah, he'll probably be up in time for the Dragon, but that's his GA proc mark. It's a big tool that he doesn't have access to that I think would have just been super valuable in that fight. Now with 30 seconds left, MU, they need to use this time to get an effective vision setup just so they can create a sort of trap for Dorado Gaming to walk into. This could very well, that fight could have gotten them their Mountain Soul.
They have control of mid wave. Bot wave they can easily give a brief glimpse over if they need to, but because Dorado won't be responding anytime soon to that side of the map, it just might be their Mountain Soul finally to claim. All 5 members are in position, and the rest of Dorado Gaming have to brute force their way through the jungle and mid. Nice crystallize from Aljun, cuts off Decoy's own entrance. Everyone full hit onto the Dragon. Lojaz nowhere near. Unless Decoy can somehow find a steal. This is Mountain Soul for Maryville University. It was close, 53 HP, but Inflame's attempt at an engage does not get them anywhere. The rest of Maryville University walk as a 5-man unit now, collapsing onto Decoy, and now he's in trouble. Season assist canceled once again by the Zonia stasis, but the rest of Dorado are nowhere near to bail him out. Maryville University now up on numbers, 5-4 for the next 50 seconds.
And look at the timing. It's so awkward. They're escorting a wave, but Dorado, they have to back in time. That's why you're seeing Niles trying to see if he can cancel some of these recalls. In fact, I think he canceled In Flames, which is really good. Just going to delay that defense here of the base of Dorado Gaming.
They'll get a plate for their troubles. Unfortunately, without Baron buff, might be a little hard into the face of a Victor that is well-fed and ahead of Aljun's and Nivea, but able to push up on this wave, and they finally break open a second inhibitor tower, and this inhibitor will fall shortly. Maryville now cycling on over to the mid inhibitor, and this is going to give the Saints a much-needed break back into this game, but Inflame wants to hunt for an engage. Crimson is the only person knocked up, but that's the tank, and Lojaz caught behind the crystallized wall, goes down. Dorado now on their last legs trying to run this way away, but Scary Jerry on the front lines, dashing into the faces of Dorado Gaming. Melee, range, Lucian, it don't matter. Scary Jerry's firing on all cylinders once again, and Maryville have dusted away 2 members. Will it be enough to close out the game?
Yeah, Decoy, he's trying to clear out the wave, but he wasn't able to do it in time. MU, a little stressed out about the health bars. Instead, they want to see if they can just... okay, I thought they were going to chase Decoy, but they want to go for the Baron. That's up in 4 seconds. I think this is going to end up working out for them well enough because they're going to have Baron. And they have mid and bot pushing with super minions, and they'll be doing so until the Elder Dragon spawns.
Things were getting dicey for the Saints as Dorado Gaming had effectively climbed themselves out of what once was a 5K gold deficit. But the Saints find back-to-back windows. Now, with Baron buff on their side, as you called out, pushing lanes naturally from the super minions in both mid and bot, they can all group up on the top side of the map, clear out as many turrets still standing as possible. And if they need to, they should have full control for that Elder Dragon spawn.
No, that's right. This tier 2 turret, I mean, just spit on it. It's going to go down. So, of course, Dorado Gaming literally just wisely back off as that turret is going to disappear. It's really the next one that they want to stall out as long as possible, but it's going to be hard. They're watching those super minion waves. They are going to be a problem very soon. And with this Baron up wave topside, it's only a matter of time before this top tier 1 goes, tier 3, excuse me, goes down as well.
And even if Dorado Gaming successfully stalls this one out, eventually they're going to have to deal with 3, now 4 super minions starting to barrel down their way through the bottom lane. So that pressure will eventually build up. They're going to have to pay... Yep, Adam is sent to take care of it so that it does not become a problem for Dorado Gaming later. But that gives MU all the pressure they need to waste away on the 3rd inhibitor tower as well as the 3rd inhibitor. Crimson now pushing and finding Lojaz once again. Inflame trying to stall the backline's approach, but Inflame will be the first casualty. Lojaz using his GA, but will fall next, and Hub found yet again by Crimson, who has been an absolute star on the Cassante. Maryville Saints had a brief glimpse of terror in their eyes, but they recollected themselves and they found their stride yet again. Maryville Saints lead the series against Dorado Gaming 1-0.
Shout out to Crimson too, Mark. Just to add to what you said, R5 tank, it's not pretty, it's not glamorous, but it gets the job done. And the Cassante from Crimson was excellent this game. And it's just been great for Maryville overall, especially the bot lane from Scary Jerry and Obstinatus. Again, we said what an uninspiring, uninteresting regular split it has been from them, especially considering Jerry in years past. This was a great game from bot lane. It was awesome.
Did Scary Jerry ever die? I don't think so.
I don't think he did.
He had to use flashes a couple times, which was, you know, the pressure finally got to the point where he could no longer get away with not using that summoner spell, but he handled himself and navigated a lot of those threats beautifully, and it's the best that we've seen in Scary Jerry in quite some time. Definitely the best we've seen out of him from this summer split, which Maryville University definitely needed. But as a whole, I think the entire team stepped up a lot.
Yeah.
So, great form from the Saints going into this series, and for Dorado Gaming, we asked the question of, obviously, the regular season was a big glow up from what we had as expectations for this team, and now the pressure's on them to continue delivering what was a surprise performance out of their regular season, now in the face with playoff stakes at hand. But beat down, I'm hoping that Dorado Gaming will be able to put a stronger fight into the second game so that we get our first full-length series here in the playoff bracket.
Yeah, I'm hoping so too, Mark. Especially considering, even though, you know, with those expectations, I want them to be able to do well. The hope is that, yeah, at least we go the distance here, as much as Maryville would love a 2-0.
For sure. Well, only time will tell, as we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's Game 2 between Maryville and Dorado Gaming. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Maryville Saints and Dorado Gaming. Maryville, off the back of somewhat of a tumultuous game 1 where they were clearly in the lead, and then there was a moment where Dorado snapped it back up, and then Maryville recollected themselves, and then they got the lead back, and they closed it out. Now they lead the series.
Yeah, really excited. Jesus Christ. You gotta give shout out to Adam, but Scary Jerry. 60k damage. And it just really shows you. He put MU in the Jansport this game and said, I heard you guys were doubting me. I mean, jokes aside, gotta give credit to Niles too. I think it was a very interesting / awkward early game jungle wise. I think for the most part, he was able to find a lot of good plays with the Vault Breaker, and of course, great uses of that cease and desist.
Identifying the right targets, and definitely a couple times where I thought that they weren't playing to Scary Jerry's advantage hard enough, but I was wrong. Maryville, full faith in Scary Jerry and just being able to maintain that advantage by himself, and the rest of NU being able to play to a lot of the similar blueprint that we have expected out of this collegiate powerhouse for many splits in the Tier 2 and collegiate scene. But now, it's about how well they can finish out this series, since Maryville University are going to have to double down or expand on the winning formula that they were able to demonstrate in Game 1. And Dorado probably going to be a bit more careful about how easily they allow Maryville to take an early game advantage.
Yeah, that's really the big thing there, and it's really worth considering too what kind of comp they'll go for in that regard. I mean, with the Zyra Khan bot lane, you know, you had some early game tools to be working for, but I think Scary Jerry, Obstinatus were too strong. You look across the rest of the map, we're scaling. Victor, we're scaling. Rumble, we're scaling, and I think Low Jazz just wasn't able to have enough of an impact to kind of bridge that early game for the rest of his team.
Cassiopeia first pick for the side of Maryville University. Niles looks, I couldn't tell if his reaction was one of, yes, I can't believe we got that, or, wow, I can't believe they let us have that. But we'll see what
way.
Truth unfurls to be. Dorado Gaming have a chance to snap up maybe some... Actually, I don't even know what the power picks would be. Wow! Oh? Maokai first pick. That's very interesting. This is definitely a surprise. Well, we know that with the Thunder Sky nerfs on a lot of these fighter junglers that tanks would potentially get a resurgence. I just wasn't expecting Maokai first pick to be adaptation.
You know what's funny about it, Mark? We were talking about the changes to the jungle pet and how armor, MR, and HP percentage damage buffs were going to go up, but the AP also went up. So Maokai kind of checks all those boxes with his typical build path. So I think he might be able to take full advantage of those changes. And it will be interesting because Maokai in general, when I think of like Cassiopeia as a champ, very typically the way you beat her is to play from outside her range or just jump right on top of her. And Maokai does that better than most champions in League of Legends with that Nature's Grasp.
And Maryville's response is just to the fact that Zeri was locked in super early as well to Dorado Gaming. They know that without Vi being fearless out and Maokai being snapped up so quickly, there is a lack of point-and-click CC abilities to try and lock down someone super slippery like this Zeri. So Nautilus and Jin can follow up on that. However, now that you have such heavy CC from Maryville's side, it's easy for Decoy to say, "Gimme that Olaf, baby."
Yes, sir. It's Ragnarok, and not for me. That's what he's hoping for so far in this game. And yeah, I mean, if we talk about damage, I mean, Cassiopeia is pretty good late game, but Jin, in terms of being able to get onto this Olaf, I think this is a really great angle there for Decoy. Gotta shout out the Jackspan just to make sure Crimson can't give him a headache in lane phase, but otherwise, I like what Dorado's bringing to the table.
A couple support bans coming out as well towards Inflame, trying to reduce the effective pairings for this area, at least in terms of primary engage. Now, Maokai offers strong, non-committal engage with his ultimate. So not sure if Dorado necessarily need another tank support alongside them. And are we getting a return to marksman in the mid lane? Well, when you've got Adam on your team, you know it's more than a guarantee.
Yeah, so that's exciting. You gotta imagine it's Corki in the mid lane. Just the movement with that Valkyrie, I think, is it just makes him well suited for it. And of course, we talked about the MR changes that all marksmen experienced here on 26-16. So nice to see Dorado Gaming just making use of every single one of those changes, Mark.
Yep.
You won't.
That would be awesome.
You wouldn't. You wouldn't.
We're not going to let this hover bait us. Only when it gets locked in. Now, I think there is a question of whether to lock in some kind of tank jungler alongside this Nautilus so that you have a little bit more lockdown. Otherwise, the fighter jungler is totally okay, and Niles is just going to trust in his hands. Lee Sin. Dorado Gaming, I'm still of the opinion that Zeri would appreciate an enchanter. Someone that can buffer up and give her more movement speed, more attack speed, more utility overall, rather than a straight up another engage tank. However, Dorado Gaming say, let's just give our team a little bit more tools to find fights and not put all the burden of engage onto Low Jazz.
Yeah, Maokai just can't do it by himself. Otherwise, I'd agree with you. And if they had engage elsewhere, like maybe for a Decoy, like you could have talked me into something like Soraka or something like that. But they need a little more beefiness. I think I particularly like Alistar this game too, just because Nautilus is going for the hook. You just headbutt him away. Of course, you can absorb some CC, immediately pop that Unbreakable Will. And of course, it makes it harder for you to die as well. That damage reduction is no joke.
definitely not. And it looks like we're actually getting Zeri mid instead of Corki mid. So
wow, I didn't want to believe it, but okay.
So I'm curious if this is actually something that Adam has cooked up as a response to Cassiopeia mid with the MR buffs to marksman across the board. And Zeri doesn't necessarily have she has a dash that also gives her attack speed, but
yeah,
maybe it's not one where you don't feel threatened if Cassiopeia ever tries to ground you with the miasma, that you can just fight your way out of it with pure DPS.
Yeah, it's weird because my immediate thought when it comes to your cooking counter matchups into mages like Cassiopeia, like it's just about range. Zeri, if we're talking about her as a marksman build, not really a lot of range to speak of. I'm really wondering if we're going to see the AP Zeri variant. I mean, the Doran's bow hints towards no, but the starter item, I mean, it doesn't tell everything. Fleet,
No,
I wonder. Sorcery second, it's AP.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's AP variant. Yeah.
Oh.
So, because the range, when you go AP Zeri, you do a lot of damage with, technically her auto attack is the Q, and her right click is where you can get a lot of damage done with the AP builds. So you see that orange bar, once that's built up, you right click. If you do AP, it's a lot of damage. Your W, Ultra Shock Laser, also scales off AP if I'm remembering correctly. And I know the ult Explosion does. That one's very funny. You had an mark.
Yeah, I'm not convinced. I think just
Convinced in the viability,
unless there's
or?
like an AP Zeri build that's been cooking in solo queue that I'm not aware of, I feel like her still overall better build is just going to be straight up another typical AD marksman. And
I agree.
Into Maryville's composition, there's not a true tank on this team, so you're not necessarily pressed to have like a perfect dispersion of magic and physical damage. I think you can just be totally fine with double marksman.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. You know what I'm landing on? I think it's just gonna be like the hybrid items. Like I think it's gonna be first item. Oh my god, like Static Shiv. Maybe probably not Rageblade, but maybe like Nashers if they go the AP build. So I kind of agree with you. I think another marksman would probably be better, but I think I don't know. I'm interested. What do you got for us, Adam? I'm so curious.
I'm gonna hold my tongue and wait to see what Adam's first item is before we concoct any further cooking here. I just think that if Lojaz going first strike Maokai, he's probably supplying a lot of magic damage already with his build. He's probably gonna do Leandry's and Bloodletter's Curse, and that will be sufficient. And
yeah,
you're like Maokai with double marksman compositions. That was a thing in the past. So,
True.
Now top lane has been getting a little juicy here, but Crimson still staying alive despite Decoy trying to threaten him at critical levels of HP. Both of our junglers ending up on opposite sides of the map. There was a couple summoner spells burned early on between both bot lane and mid lane. Barrier for Ghost, and summoner heal for another barrier as well. Inflame taking a lot of damage as Scary Jerry tries to put the last bullet in the chamber into his health bar, and Hub and Inflame still suffering in terms of the early trades. Even Niles taking a pit stop in mid lane just to catch this wave so that Aljun can take a base.
Yeah, because Aljun, neither mid laner opting for the TP in this matchup. Barrier for Adam, Ghost for Aljun, so just combat summoner spells. Does mean that an awkward base timing can really mess things up for the rest of your lane.
Oh! Scary Jerry throwing up the thumbs up on nice job missing the cannon minion. I think Hub was waiting for Inflame to get a
stack.
Support, stack to secure the bounty, and neither of them get it.
That feels bad.
Inflame saying, don't worry, I'm not going to lose the game over it. I'm going to still look for this engage and try and rock Scary Jerry's world as they do step up using the power of that Aftershock off of a minion wave building up. And Scary Jerry for the first time will be going to push back here, but has his barrier back up off cooldown, as well as flash. So Dorado Gaming might just be looking for a shove and a quick recall. But if they don't do it fast enough, Niles is speeding his way towards the bottom side of the map, as Lojaz is also looking for a dive. Scary Jerry getting critically low, already burned the barrier. Still has flash available, but would not survive an all-in combo from Lojaz. Niles is here. And now Lojaz is looking to see if he can sneak around, but Niles being able to secure the kill off of Obstinatus' lockdown. And unfortunately, Lojaz is just a little too late.
Wow, it was almost a great wave crash, but it ended up so awkward because Niles was just closer to the play that little bit. So it's first blood on the Lee Sin. Oh,
nice petrifying gaze from Aljun. They turned right onto Adam, but Niles just not having enough damage. Misses another Sonic Wave, forced to flash away, but Aljun can clean up the pieces, flashing forward with the Twin Fangs, and Adam is forced to scurry away.
Wow. So 2 kills already for MU in that early game. 1 for the Cassiopeia, 1 for the Lee Sin Mark. I couldn't have picked better targets in MU's comp to receive an early infusion of gold.
Inflame was trying to look for what I imagine a headbutt pulverized combo from the Flash, but he just ends up smashing the ground in front of him.
It's very sad. But you know what, Mark? We love the vision. I respect that he went for it, and that's what I'm gonna focus on. For this next minute or so. But otherwise, I mean, it's a great opener for MU. You get gold in a lot of really nice places. I like what Decoy's doing here. Tended to have based, so Crimson would go for it as well. It means Crimson's going to lose out pretty much on that whole wave. Decoy gets the better base. Otherwise, that last skirmish gave MU the opportunity to go ahead and pick up this first dragon. Niles is level 6. He has some help from Obstinatus. And they're just going to go ahead and rip it.
Lee Sin might not be as quick at soloing dragons like Vi, but thankfully, the amplifier on his resonating strike does more damage the lower the health bar is, so we'll get there eventually. And no one from Dorado Gaming can contest, since Maryville has push in both of these side lanes. So first dragon going over to Maryville at 7 minutes.
And now Niles gonna go for a bit of let's get some info on that Raptor timing, but otherwise he's gonna recall and spend his gold. Things have slowed back down since those kills back to back came through. I think otherwise the only thing to really look forward to, is the grubs. Now I'm just kind of doing some quick mental math, trying to see who I think will actually win that kind of fight. We're just looking at the top side members. I think Decoy, having some decent stats on him and being level 7, might be able to really do a lot of work in that top 3v3. But it's tough because Niles is also ahead, right? So I'm curious if Dorado Gaming will prioritize these grubs and be able to actually go for them.
Yeah. Scary Jerry gonna open up the curtain call and immediately force Hub to Valkyrie out of harm's way, but a lot of damage onto Inflame, and there's no flash on this Alistar, no level 6! He can't reduce the damage, and that cow has been shredded. Maryville University's bot lane, once again, taking charge in the laning phase.
Yeah, well played from Scary Jerry and Obstinatus. Just another huge advantage here in the lane. You can already see the CS difference getting bigger and bigger, and then proxy farming is only going to make it worse here. Hub really going to be feeling that lack in terms of gold and experience. And a well-placed trap and ward means they know what Hub is doing at every moment. So that's pretty brutal for the Corki, whose first item is very expensive, typically in that Trinity Force, and also wants to scale.
It'll take some time, and especially with that detour of picking up the tier for extra mana, has been severely decelerated already. Maryville getting ready for a second dragon in 3 minutes' time, and as you called out, Beatdown, at least they're tracking where Lojaz has been on the map. Unfortunately, they're not going to maintain 100% objective control. The 3 grubs does go for Lojaz, but can't control everything on MU, and at the very least, they are putting a lot of their attention towards this bot lane, ensuring that Scary Jerry's Jhin is able to snowball and accelerate, as we've definitely seen a lot of low damage Jhins come out of NACL as well as around the world. But I do remember with fondness that Spring Split Scary Jerry delivered one of the best Jhin games I've seen in a while, and that does happen when you're able to get quite an accelerated Jhin, and especially building a lot of crit as well.
Right. Scary Jerry, of course, going that lethality route. It looks like he's building Ghostblade first. I mean, what he's been able to do, I think that lethality will do a lot of work into the squishy members of Dorado Gaming. Now you can see the pressure too with Niles. They're just continuously advancing their marksman, as this lead is already 1,300 gold, and it's only going to grow.
Inflame this time is going to pop the ultimate and face tank the final bullet in the chamber. Flash from both supports trying to interrupt the curtain call as Opsonatus deflects his attempt. Lojaz now getting involved with the ultimate will slow down the roll of Maryville University and prevent further casualties, but already the pressure is starting to become so much that Dorado Gaming's team is forced to respond and still not getting anything out of it.
Yeah, and I think it's worth mentioning too how important a win here is for Maryville specifically. This is the upper bracket. Both teams do have that second life. But Maryville, we talked about the roster shuffles, how hard it's been for them without Yuji, the star jungler, back-to-back MVP, excellent player, who we want to get promoted out of NACL as soon as possible. He's not around. And losing now means they'd have to play one more match without him. And there is a situation where, of course, if that happens, MU could drop out of playoffs and UG will have just not participated in Summer Split at all. But if MU win here today, he'll be back in time for their next match. And we could see a very different looking Maryville compared to what we've seen throughout the rest of the split.
Definitely a much needed blow up here. Maryville Universe. Poor Hub, man. He's definitely had a great regular season with Dorado. I mean, the entire roster of Dorado has had a great season overall, but this is looking like a return to prime form for the Maryville Saints despite fresh faces in their roster. And for these guys, this is sticking to the blueprint of what has allowed the Saints program to be so successful. Oh my goodness, Flash over the wall, immediately identifying Hub as the target, and Niles might die for his sacrifice here. Tries to go in onto Lojaz and get the Eclipse Shield, but the shutdown gifted over to Adam. They don't even get a kill on the Hub. Decoy collapsing in faster than Crimson did. Forces Scary Jerry off, but he's got the curtain call to look for a follow-up. Public execution goes wide, but Aljun already made short work of Inflame on the other side. Adam tried to press forward with his advantage now. Barry already used to shield some of that damage coming in, and Maryville University are now on the retreat. Flash forward from Lojaz with the twisted advance. It's 1-for-1. A double kill comes out for the Maokai, and Adam is firing back on the mid lane. Zeri, Maryville University taking a massive punch to the face.
Yeah, Dorado Gaming showing us that they can swing here too, and considering how difficult it's been for the bot lane. Okay, he's good. Right? Oh my god! Oh my god, it's gone!
Death Fire, Touch, Scorch, and the Poison. The deadly combo.
Very nice from the mid laner of Maryville University. And that's going to be an easy second Drake for the Saints as well. It's got to feel good for Adam, at least that he was able to get 2 kills before he goes down there, accelerating this Zeri, who is going marksman, thankfully. So it is Yuntal Wild Arrows for that first item, and you got to imagine it's just going to be, typical marksman build. I will say, Runon's got buffed this patch. Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite good now. I think you should build it. My pitch is over.
And if you need further proof, we have the numbers. We have the stats.
We do.
There's been quite a few, I think, graphics that have posted up around Twitter recently from many solo queue tracking websites that Runon's Hurricane, built on various ADCs, have received a significant uptake in win rate as well. So just could be a response here and would allow Adam to spread his damage across the entire battlefield. So Maryville University, they still have the gold advantage, 2.5k. And at the very least, it still helps beat down's narrative that Maryville, with the gold lead at this point in time, still has 100% win rate.
That's
they
right.
can close it out.
I love when my narrative is confirmed. It's great. And we'll see.
Love that for you, buddy.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. MU, now in the perfect position. Go ahead and get started on this Rift Herald too. Though I will say, yeah, we're going in.
Aljun gets knocked up, but not snared by the Maokai ultimate. Good kick punts Low Jazz away, and the curtain call further damaging the backline members as Hub almost caught out. Crimson does not find a second public execution, but still slices and dices through them all just the same. The flash from Aljun, able to track Zeri this time, picks up a double, and it's another double for Crimson. Maryville University finally finding the dominance that we have been wanting to see from them all regular season long, just in time for playoffs.
And it's been looking great so far, Mark. They have just been winning fight after fight, even when Dorado Gaming are looking like they might be able to pull it back. MU just win the next fight. They know exactly what their win cons are, and I think they're executing on them very nicely. And it's a great look, especially for Aojun, who is, you know, not quite a rookie anymore. He's been in the league for some time, but getting to a point where I was hoping to see a little more growth from him, and I think he's been improving since he joined the league. But this game from him so far, this series, has been very pleasant to see from him.
Maryville now at a 5k gold advantage. Now, the last time we were at this road for Dorado Gaming in Game 1, they were eventually able to claw their way back from the deficit before Maryville regained control. Not sure how much of the script they're going to be able to follow up again here in this second game, but for what it's worth, Dorado Gaming have better objective control if they can get the setup. Maokai Saplings with Leandries and the first strike gold does a lot of damage and can always give you vision. Oh,
Hello!
Headbutt into the pulverized flash on the 3. Here comes the Maokai ultimate once again, but no one could get in range for the follow-up. Now Hub is in trouble, knocked up by the death charge. Curtain call bullets a flying. Here comes the fourth one, sidestep by Adam, and this time, third time's the charm for Crimson as he lands the public execution dead square center, flashes in to slice down the tree where he stands, and Adam trying to fire on back. He's ramped up. He is electrified. Picks up the double and a shutdown on a Crimson, and he sights up the petrifying gaze, but just not enough in the tank to be able to take down the snake. Decoy sidesteps the deadly flourish thanks to the ghost that he popped, but Dorado Gaming showing that they are not going down in this series without a fight.
Adam, he's trying so hard, man. He is putting up performances, but the rest of MU are just shutting him down so effectively. And it's only getting harder from here. Hub has had a difficult time this game, set really far behind, and you can see it. He's finally built that Trinity Force, but the gold lead is crazy. Scary Jerry's certainly going to finish his next item on this base, and it's just going to continue to be a huge damage threat as we continue on this game. MU, our third Mountain Soul of the night. It's very popular today, I guess. They're about to get their soul point.
Oh my goodness, Inflame's
It's been
gone.
a pleasure, Inflame. Goodbye. More like Engrave.
4-level advantage from Aljun's Cassiopeia here into an Alistar that cannot pop his ultimate. That's a tough outlook. And with the Rift Herald, they're going to get not one but two successful charges here. The tier 2 turret will still stand as Niles continues to maintain control in this bottom side jungle. And Maryville on pace for their third dragon of the game. Should be ready for another Mountain Soul about 5 minutes from now.
MU sitting at a 6k gold lead at 19 minutes, 5,500. That is significant. And it's really showing too in the build-outs that we're seeing here from the players of MU. fact that Aojun's about to hit fully stacked on that Rod of Ages and already has enough gold for something like the Seeker's Arm Guard really just shows how impactful he's going to be in this next fight too. Those extra couple seconds of time can be that difference in a clutch fight for Dorado Gaming, or just yet another loss in the string of unfortunate fights.
One time will tell, beatdown. Thankfully for Dorado, Adam has completed his second item, and he has the tier 3 Berserker Greaves, which I think are called Gunmetal Greaves.
And they were buffed this patch.
Also buffed, you're right. And the buffed Runon's Hurricane on deck as well. So if there's any time for Dorado to show that this mid Zeri pick was worth, it's got to be on these next couple of fights. And unfortunately for Crimson, it's now 1 for 4 out of public executions he's been able to hit this game.
Yeah, unfortunate. The heat checks are not turning out in his favor, unfortunately, but yeah, it's kind of like Blitzhook. You just need one in the right moment. It's not actually like that for Crimson, but, you know, I just wanted to throw out that comparison. I think speaking of top laners... He saw
what Hoarder was doing in the previous
Yeah,
series,
he's like, I can do that.
Yeah.
I'm him.
Okay. Don't worry, Crimson. You've done a lot of really good things this entire series. Your Cassante put you in the Himothy category.
That was crazy, yeah.
Inflame, unfortunately on the wrong side of the tracks, was trying to scout some vision in preparation for this Baron take, and Niles says, hey buddy, you're in my jungle. That's illegal. Dorado are now down to support. They're going to look for a quick collapse, though, onto Obsinatus and Scary Jerry. Obsinatus tried to block the Maokai ultimate, but couldn't, forcing Scary Jerry to flash over the wall away from Decoy. Now he's trying to fight with the Viking as well. He punts him into Scary Jerry, but he's confident in his backline to clean up the Viking where he stands. And now Adam, rooted down by the petrifying gaze, means that Hub can't do anything about it except leave.
That's right, Hub, the sole survivor, as his team collapses around him. He's now going to have to watch as MU pick up an early Baron here. And a significant enough lead that really starting to wonder about Dorado's chances in this series at all. I'm not really feeling like we're going to see a Game 3.
This one does not look comebackable, I fear. And for Dorado Gaming, we have loved their story, their glow-up that we saw in the regular season, and even a lot of the unexpected performances that came out as positives during the spring split. But it does not seem like it will be found the same magic in their first playoff series. Now, this is still the upper bracket. If Maryville are able to close the series out, there's still a chance for Dorado to try and regain that poise going into the lower bracket in an extended series for best of fives, because I will say beatdown. As we see a fight started off by Inflame, 1 for 5 Crimson, it's okay. You're still winning this fight. Niles is able to get out of harm's way. Aojun with the Petrifying Gaze forces Dorado to retreat, and Decoy trying to look for a flank, but is just way too late to the party. Everyone's already leaving the house, and the rest of Dorado Gaming have been kicked out. Maryville University leading with a triple kill from Aojun's Cassiopeia. A standout performance from the new main laner of the Maryville Saints program, as Decoy is trying to cut their victory a little shorter by cutting off the minion wave.
We talk about the program over at Maryville University. How many players just go in and then come out vastly improved, and we're going to watch our precision replay by Phillips Norelco OneBlade, as it's just been too easy of a fight. Scary Jerry ever so patient with that curtain call, and he's just able to outrun Decoy, who I think has just been having a very difficult time trying to find these flank angles on the Olaf. I think I've seen many fights now where he just hasn't been able to find that right place, and I think the one time he did, Jerry was able to flash over the wall and dodge him.
This is definitely not a Mosquito Jhin damage build. No. This is 2 crit items right after Yuma's Ghost Blade. I love to see it. Scary Jerry, incredibly confident that he does not need the extra range for the safety from the rapid fire, and I mean, yeah, that was tough.
Yeah. You know what else is tough? Mountain Soul.
What's that?
4 Drakes in a row. It's going to make MU very tough in their own right. Because, of course, the 2 individual Mountain Drakes increasing your resistances, and the shield they now have from the Soul. Going to make it even harder to get kills. And Decoy, unfortunately, it's been nicer. You can't see me, guys, but I'm saluting.
Maokai Ultimate will stop Curtain Call from being able to get its 4th bullet off as Crimson starts to make his approach and force the Ragnarok out of Decoy.
What the?
Great dredge line onto low Jazz. Adam trying to fight on full fronts here, but oh, what a kick flash from Niles, being able to stop Adam from being able to continue the DPS. And all Inflame can do is just delay the inevitable as he gets one more knock up. Decent damage onto Scary Jerry, forces the barrier out. Hub cannot get enough to finish off what Inflame was trying to start. Crimson does go down, and it's a shutdown bounty going over to Hub, but Dorado cannot deny the inevitable. Maryville Saints will resume their march once again with a 2-0 sweep over Dorado Gaming.
And a convincing sweep at that. A middling split performance into a dominating first round playoff match.
Saints gonna pat the KDA just a little bit more. All smiles from all 5 of the players in their face cams. And they know that it is not only a relief, but a massive celebration to see this team back in form. And an 0-7 is deserved to not only the team for stepping up when needed, but also Niles for being able to play his effectively best series for the Maryville Saints as a jungler, stepping in from the coaching role while Yuji was gone. Because now Niles has done what he set out to do. Make it so that today would be his last series playing for the team. And the next time we see the Saints on Summoner's Rift, it'll be with Yuji returning to the lineup.
That's right. That's the final game without their star-studded jungler over on Maryville University. And even without him, they looked pretty damn good today. So you can only imagine what it's going to be like when he returns to the fold. And for Dorado Gaming, it's a tough start to the playoffs, but they're still the lower bracket. There's still a chance. Let's hope that they were able to learn from this series, get some big takeaways so that we can see more of what excited us so much about this team in the regular season.
Yeah. I will say that Dorado Gaming already gave me a lot of hope and excitement for extended series drafts, because I think one of the things that doesn't get taken advantage of enough in all levels of play is teams not really paying attention to patch notes and not willing to adapt to them fast enough, rather than just sticking to what they know is comfort. And yeah, I appreciate that Dorado were willing to trust into Adam's previous tendencies and affinities for marksman in the mid lane. Obviously, Zeri, as you called out, was a big receiver of the Runon's buff. Yeah. Adam was cooking for a bit. Unfortunately, the rest of his team had already fallen so far behind just from the chasm that was created from both bot lane and jungle that a single man's power was not enough to lift them out of the grave.
Well said. And, you know, you got to give a lot of credit to the laners overall on the side of Maryville, too. We talked about it. We were a little disappointed with that regular split performance between Scary Jerry and Obstinatus. Well, that disappointment is gone because they fried this series, and that's why our MVP, of course, is Scary Jerry. I'm not really sure this is contestable. I would have accepted arguments for Niles. I thought he had actually a really great series, but I don't know. The way Jerry was laning, especially on that Lucian game, what?
I can accept that if we were giving out individual player of the game awards, Aojun would have been a hot favorite for this one, but I think the consistency that Scary Jerry brought between both games 1 and game 2 in his dominance was undeniable, and we just have to give props where it's due, as one of the main conditions for Maryville's strength is their ability to have strong laning phases. And if you're the most tenured member on the roster as a starter, you need to maintain that form. Now, because we hadn't seen it in quite some time, that was the concern, as we talked about. But this return should at least give Maryville University a fighting chance now as they continue through the upper bracket, and we'll have their star jungler Yuji returning to the lineup. We'll see how Yuji is able to play with this roster, as we don't know how many times Yuji got a chance to scrim with both Aojun and Crimson in the starting lineup. Obviously, we knew that Crimson was splitting time with K back in Spring Split, and even previously before that, so Yuji won't be a stranger to Crimson, but this will be the first time that Yuji and Aojun, who, the latter, performed amazing today in that Cassiopeia and was definitely doing his job as a Nivea. Obviously, the early parts of the game was a bit, I don't want to say hit or miss. There's some parts where he was being pressured and outperformed by Adam, but then I think he made up for it by having a lot of really good walls on the Anivia and just being able to catch out members there. So props to Aojun, especially the Cassiopeia was nasty. But we're going to go ahead and welcome in our, not only one of the winning members of Maryville Saints, it's actually our MVP for the series. It's Mr. Scary Jerry. Let's go ahead and bring him in onto the interview booth. First of all, congratulations on a 2-0. And dude, you fried today. You were cooking on both the Lucian and Jhin. You didn't use your first flash in Lucian for 24 minutes. I was flabbergasted. Were you conscious of that, or were you just in the flow state?
I mean, yeah, definitely just in the flow state. But you know, it's kind of a red flag that I didn't use my flash for 24 minutes. But no, yeah, we've been playing a lot as a team and gelling now with Niles, and I think Niles played like insane today. So it was really easy. I was just, you know, going up CS on hub, nothing unnatural.
Yeah, there is a lot of praise for your coach stepping into the jungle. We definitely said that he played his best series for you guys today, and what a way to bow out and welcome Yuji back in now that by the time you guys play your next series, Yuji will be back in the lineup. That being said, will this be the first time that Yuji has played with Aojun, or did you guys get a chance to scrim with those two as a jungle mid duo before he left?
Nah, it'll be his first time playing with Aojun, but Yuji is the kind of player that he can play with anybody. He just plays such a natural game, and he has really clear comms. But yeah, it'll be his first time playing with Aojun.
It'll be an interesting look for us here on the broadcast as well as the community. Going forward, though, for Maryville, it seemed like you guys really cleaned up a lot of the problems you guys were facing in the regular season. Was that just from Niles sitting you down and being like, all right, guys, we need to lock in for our boy Yuji so I don't have to play another series for you guys? Or what was the kind of preparation and drills you guys had leading into playoffs?
I mean, honestly, I've been working a lot this summer, so we haven't been able to scrim that much. But I think a lot of it, honestly, was also our support, Guy. He stopped dying. You know, he started playing like how he's like reflective of his skill. Because I think in the first few series with him, he wasn't like, he's a really good player. He's probably the best support in the league. So I think it really helped that he kind of locked in and he's really aware of what's happening on the map. And Niles, he also spammed solo queue after the losses. Like, he took it pretty hard. So I think those two things really made us a lot cleaner.
He looked mechanically great, so we can tell that the game's paid off and all the reps did you guys justice in when you needed it most. So now moving ahead in your upper bracket playoffs, you guys are going to have some time before you play again. For you, is there any continuing individual goals and focuses that you want to continue owning as you try and make the best run you guys can and at least put yourself in the top 2 so you can challenge this guys for LCS 2027? What are some of the things that are going through your mind as you prepare for next week?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying really hard to just get back into the grind state of like how I was when I was trying to make LCS. But also, I also just think I've become really underrated now. Like, all the casters had dog winning today for some reason. You know, like if you just take a look at the bot matchup, it shouldn't be that clear cut. And yeah, I think in general people just underrate me. Like people think Sushi's better, people think Mobility's better, and that's just not true. Like Mobility said that he does the most for his team out of any ADC, so I can't wait to play against him and just prove him wrong.
Ooh, well, if I'm looking at that bracket correctly, that's who you play up against next. So the rivalry will continue in its best state. So I'm looking forward to that. And hey, props to you for putting all of us on the broadcast team on blast. We were wrong.
You guys deserve it a little.
We
It's all right. It's all right.
No. Talk your smack when you can get it in. And obviously, we love to see confident Scary Jerry come back into play and being able to play at your best again. So we're looking forward to now what should be a very hype matchup between you and Cupid. Before we let you go, is there anything else that you would like to shout out for us on the broadcast?
Yeah, shout out my dad. Watches all the matches. Always a shout out to the dad.
Yes, sir.
And yeah, I'm happy with how I've been able to play since this is the least amount of League I've played, honestly. So I'm happy to be able to just keep up the individual performance, and we're probably gonna win it all once UG comes back.
You heard it here, folks. Maryville are winning it all. Scary Jerry, always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have no words. I can't say anything more. And I now feel like an idiot for voting against Maryville, for doubting them. But, he's right. We were all wrong at the end of the day.
Happens. Can't get them all. I appreciate his confidence, though. It's well earned, and it's really exciting to the way he talked about Mobility, because that, as you pointed out, that's the next match.
I mean, this just sets us up for a dynamite upper bracket semifinal between Cupid Esports and Maryville University. It's a shame that it's only a best of 3.
I know.
I'll take it nonetheless, because I would really love to see that one go the distance. And the fact that both I just realized, Beat, we had both of our 80 carries be MVPs for today. Oh!
Yeah. That's right.
Oh, it's beautiful. All the storyline writes itself. So now, Mobility and Scary Jerry on a collision course to see who can trump the other when it matters. And for Scary Jerry, he wants to take a shot at everyone who doubted him during the regular season. But until we get to that point, we still have another round of upper bracket playoff matches before then, with tomorrow's matches between Energy and Contingent and Ole Miss taking on Winthrop University, which is another collegiate rivalry that will be in the works. So that'll also be a fun one. Beatdown, we've done it. We have cleared day 1 of summer playoffs, one step closer to the road to the LCS.
Yeah, man. It's crazy. It feels like the split just started, and we are already approaching the conclusion. As by the time tomorrow's done, that's the first round of playoffs over. Suddenly, next week is over, and we're already approaching, winner semis, winners finals, lowers finals, and then, boom, it's 2027. Like, what's going on?
Yep. We'll have at least our top 2 contenders for the LCS 2027 promotion tournament.
That's
4 weeks from now, and then hopefully we'll get an update on when the LCS promotion tournament will be happening. I imagine if we base it off of what was scheduled last year, it'll be after LCS Summer Finals concludes, before World starts. So World starts 2nd, 3rd week of October. LCS Finals is October 3rd through 4th. So yes. Not official. Don't take this to word of mouth. Don't put this on.
Clip him right now.
No. Don't take what I say out of context. But my guess would be in that pocket after October 4th and before World starts, which is like October 15th. Stop it, Beatdown.
I was checking to see if you're paying attention to Farsight.
I'm watching you. But that does it for our first matchup, or our first day of playoffs Beatdown. Any last words before we close out the show?
No, I had fun. I don't think I'm casting with you with for the rest of the split. So good stuff, man. I think that's it, because I'm with Mazel, I'm with Eric. I know, man, the brothers in cake. This is our last ride. Maybe promotion tournament. On that date that you 100% confirmed. I heard Riot told you specifically.
Nope.
So.
Nope. They didn't tell me anything. They did not tell me. It is just an educated guess. And maybe not even educated. I don't know if it's right or wrong. But you know what, Beatdown? I hope this isn't the last time we get to work together. But if it is, then at least for this year, it was an awesome ride, as always.
Yeah.
And let's hit the Summoner's Rift sometime in the near future, buddy.
Oh my god, we should. And Slayer, he's been ducking me.
Slayer, duck and beat down. Come on, man. This guy. Well,
I know.
That concludes our coverage for today's broadcast. Make sure to tune in same time tomorrow for our second day of playoffs here on NACL. And as always, stay healthy, stay safe, and see you all next time. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.